Ahead on American Sunrise Early Edition, it's the start of another week, but the fighting between Russia and Ukraine continues with no end in sight. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio is now saying this week could be a turning point in peace negotiations, or both sides will be out of luck. Of course, President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky also made some optimistic comments after this meeting at the Vatican on the day of Pope Francis's funeral. The meeting also produced this iconic shot of the two of them in a one-on-one conversation. War in the Middle East may be happily undermined by this explosion at Iran's key port for exporting weapons to its terrorist forces. Experts say it's likely missile fuel ignited and caused this blast near Iran's terror army headquarters, leaving 40 dead and more than 1,000 injured. Democrats are continuing to protest the FBI's arrest of a Milwaukee judge charged with helping a brutally violent illegal alien escape from ICE. They caught him eventually, but once the awful details about that alien get out, will she still have any real support? And smile, you're on Stop Lying camera. More than 10 Chinese officials are caught walking into the U.S. Treasury building, even as Beijing insists no trade talks with the U.S. are going on. Then they tried to cover it all up, literally. American Sunrise Early Edition starts now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Your good deeds and bad deeds. That's how we're going to judge you.
Join host Jake Novak as he breaks down the stories that matter.
We will be letting the public know regularly what we have found.
American Sunrise Early Edition with your host, Jake Novak, starts now.
Good morning, I'm Jake Novak. This is American Sunrise Early Edition, and it has been a very busy couple of days since we last saw each other on this show. In addition to everything I just talked about, there was also a massive bust of an illegal immigrant nightclub in Colorado Springs, and I think it's actually indicative of the entire reality of the illegal immigration crisis in this country. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in this hour and throughout the morning. But anyway, I want to get to some of the things that I did talk about. We got a lot of things that have happened. And helping me do that right now is going to be Republican strategist and great New York City resident, Vanessa Simon. She's a Manhattan powerhouse. Vanessa, hey, the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, you know, it's very rare that the American people are focused on a foreign news like this. But my question to you, again, knowing about the voters, knowing about what people are talking about in major cities, is this still so much of a concern media? Because the mainstream media is trying to portray anything other than a total Ukraine victory as some kind of thing that will really, really hurt Donald Trump. I think that the American people are starting to tire of this, which I think gives him leverage against Ukraine and Russia if they stall in the peace talks. I wonder what you're hearing, what you're feeling.
No, I'm feeling the same sentiments. I think after the duration of this war, people are just like, what's happening? Why is it lasting so long? And then President of Peace himself, President Trump, comes in and he's like, you know what? This needs to come to an end. Think about the billions of dollars that U.S. dollars have gone over to Ukraine. I think the news coverage around how much money we've put into this war has finally reached the Americans being like, why are we putting this much money, time, effort into this war? Why not bring it to a close? And the President of Peace himself, President Trump, is trying to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think people still feel that. And that picture at the Vatican of Zelensky and Trump just going face to face. Apparently, Emmanuel Macron wanted to get in on that. There were 3 chairs originally set up, and President Trump got rid of that chair. Now, everyone can say that's him being a bully. But honestly, it's we're the most important voice in this entire peace negotiation. Everyone knows that. That's, of course, Europe says that all the time, saying, well, we have to have the Americans doing X, Y, and Z, or it doesn't matter. So why not? And I tell you, I feel like if this were the old Time magazine of the old days or the old Life magazine, man, you know, Donald Trump keeps giving them those kinds of pictures that would have been a major deal back then. They're a major deal now, but not in the same way. Vanessa, I'm going to guess, now this is the other, I think, major development over the weekend. I'm going to guess that the arrest of Judge Hannah Duggan in Wisconsin by the FBI is getting a lot more traction and discussion among your circles, among the folks involved in politics at the grassroots level, especially in cities. This seems to me like it could be a winning talking point for Republicans if more of the details of the person that she helped get away, at least temporarily, from ICE come out. How do you think that can go? I mean, do you think the Republicans have a good message to craft on this once some of this dust settles?
I actually don't. I think it goes beyond Republican, Democrat. This is a judge who, and mind you, this illegal immigrant, he was in court for domestic violence crimes. It wasn't like anything light. It's violent. His witnesses who have been, very fearful of showing their faces on camera have attested to the alleged assault, but the pictures are there. They were in the hospital. So it's not someone that was just walking their dog in the park and were apprehended. This is someone that we wouldn't want at home and on our territory. So it's one of those things. She has a lot to explain as to why she had him walk out the back door and kind of avoid ICE. This is yet another issue on the Dems' hands where it's like, where's the common sense here? What are we protesting exactly? Yes, a lot of this is allegedly, but the notes and kind of what's being shared about this case are very, very alarming and concerning.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the victims, Vanessa. The victims of his abuse were in the courtroom as they saw this other judge burst in from another courtroom and save this guy's, hide while they're just standing there. I mean, it must have been terrifying to see this guy released, even if it was temporarily. I don't think they ever saw him get nabbed. I mean, apparently he has now. Not only did the authorities catch him, Vanessa, apparently he's been deported. So that's good news. But can you imagine being the victim of someone who beaten you 30 times along with some of the other victims and have a judge come in? And apparently Judge Duggan was incredibly emotional. She was furious and acting probably a little, sounding pretty irrational. And to have that kind of person come in and free your attacker. I mean, we've gotten to the point now where this is happening in America. It's really horrific. And I don't think that whatever popularity she has, and I don't know how much she still has, I don't know how much longer that's going to last. The Democrats continue to choose to die on the hills of these highly, highly controversial figures, whether it's Tren de Aragua guys, whether it's Kilmer Abrego Garcia, an MS-13 member who was also looking at for human trafficking. It's just, to me, quite disturbing. Now, I want to talk about the other argument that they're making, Vanessa, because they're trying to take it away from the specifics of this case and talk about the arresting of judges. Judges should never be arrested. So I want to give you a little bit of flashback of something, probably a story you remember. I just want to make a point about this. Something that disturbed me about this, again, is all this blanket defense of judges by the Democrats. But it's, of course, hypocrisy. These are the same Democrats who threatened Supreme Court justices. Remember, Chuck Schumer, you will feel the whirlwind. But when I heard this story and I heard people saying judges never do anything wrong, we should never arrest them, a story from just recently started to itch in the back of my head. You might remember the so-called Cash for Kids judge. This was Michael Conahan, who many years ago in Pennsylvania was convicted of sending every juvenile who came before his courthouse to a detention facility that was paying him kickbacks for every kid he sent them. Cash for Kids. He was in jail. In December, President Biden or someone in the White House using the auto pen granted him clemency. Now, there was absolutely no political person or group interested in granting this guy clemency, not from the far left, the far right. It was a bipartisan issue. This man was universally hated. There has got to be something involved there that has to do with finances. Somebody paid somebody off for that clemency. And I want to put this out there. Obviously, I'm not talking about evidence here. I'm not convicting anyone. But when you see judges and people advocating for very well-known criminals, I'm sorry, I understand human nature. I think what should be investigated, Vanessa, is if anyone was paid off to do this. It's not just cause celeb lefties who are woke. I think there's also money involved. What do you think about that?
No, absolutely. And yet again, it was a horrific example of when the left cherry picks when they want to protest or go against egregious and heinous crimes like that. Like, there obviously would be a paper trail if they just wanted to do a little bit of investigative journalism on this one. But yet, like you said, the left kind of turns a blind eye to it. And yet they want to, focus on this other case where an illegal immigrant is clearly the problem, but that you have this prior case right here in December, granted clemency, crimes all around, someone was paid off, but quiet from the left. You hear crickets. So it's no shock there. And yet again, another example.
Well, I got another one for you, Vanessa. Speaking of rogue judges, or in this case, rogue officers of the court, my old Brooklyn buddy, Sam Antar, is gathering. He's a New York character, for those of you who don't know New York. He's a character, but he is a forensic accountant. He went to jail for some fancy accounting of his own. He's very honest about that and open about that. There was a store called Crazy Eddie here in New York that sold electronics. I knew a lot of those guys. I wasn't involved in the business. But Sam Antar has made it his mission to explain why Letitia James, yes, the same Letitia James, the Attorney General who brought Donald Trump to court on these trumped-up charges that no one in the history of the state had ever been charged on. And, of course, it had to do with mortgages. It had to do with lending on behalf of the value of a property. That was a huge mistake because, Vanessa, I'm sure you'll back me up here. New York State politicians are infamous for playing little games with their mortgages and playing little games with their official residences. If she was going to go after Donald Trump, anything having to do with housing or real estate shouldn't have been on the agenda. That was a dumb move. And now she could get nailed for it for doing exactly that, mortgage fraud, lying about her real place of residence. How do you think this is going to resonate? There's talk in New York, I think, and maybe you can corroborate this, that Kathy Hochul is thinking about removing Letitia James from her position.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, the video doesn't age well where she's staring, Letitia James, that is, where she's sharing that no one's above the law. And as you could say, like you said, she shouldn't have done anything, especially going after President Trump as ferociously as she had, and then having all this blood on her hands and, you know, she's in a glass house, throwing boulders at President Trump. And then look at what we have here. I don't know what plans Letitia James could possibly have, especially maybe plans to pack it up because, you know, now her time is up and this is the issue. I do hope that Governor Hochul does something right and actually asks her to step down. I think that anyone, like she said, to use her own words, you know, nobody's above the law and she should be held accountable for this.
Yeah, and you know, something else that people need to understand, Letitia James among the Democratic establishment in New York State is also not very popular. Of course, Andrew Cuomo, the former governor, doesn't love her because she had a lot to do with his ouster on those sexual harassment charges. Kathy Hochul, the current governor, isn't in love with her either because she kind of steals the spotlight from her. And, you know, I think there's also, even though Kathy Hochul has to be anti-Trump all the time, the driving out of Donald Trump from New York City and basically losing whatever tax money he pays and the business that he brings to the city, I don't think they love that either. They want to have it both ways. Letitia James is going to find out very soon she doesn't have as many friends as she might think she has, especially if there's slam dunk evidence that she's doing this. Now, the only thing that's going in her favor is, like I said, there are a lot of other New York State politicians who are probably guilty of the exact same crime, but a lot of them are probably working right now with their mortgage brokers and their tax filers and trying to fix that. Vanessa Simon, thank you so much for joining me. I am so happy that you joined us and started your week with us. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you for having me, Jake. Have a great week.
All right. I will. Coming up, check it out, this massive explosion in Iran. It isn't just spectacular video, although, by the way, it's still burning. It could very well be a serious blow to the terrorist regime of Iran for years to come. And we may have dodged a huge bullet. I'll explain. And D.C. police say they've caught the crook who swiped Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem's purse last week. Take a guess where he's from. I mean, take a wild guess. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back. that's the last shot of Vatican City right now. I'll talk a little bit more about what's going on there in the coming days in just a moment. But of course, the big funeral for Pope Francis on Saturday. Massive, massive meeting of a lot of world leaders. That was really a spectacle. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Special welcome to those of you watching and commenting on Getter and Rumble. Good question from one of the Getter viewers just a moment ago asking whether that Judge Helen Duggan from Milwaukee was elected or appointed. I got an answer. She was actually elected in 2016. So voters in Milwaukee, you have the power to fix this situation. Hey, in case you missed it, I want you to check out this massive explosion in the Iranian port of Bandar Abbas. This is the major port in Iran. It happened on Saturday. Last I checked, 40 people are dead. 1,000 people are injured. I've spoken with a number of munitions experts, including one former Green Beret, who says that this likely, and hold on to your seats here because this is scary. He says this was likely caused by the accidental igniting of missile fuel, and not just any missile fuel, Chinese-provided ICBM fuel, intercontinental ballistic missile, something that could reach the United States. We may have really dodged a bullet here. He showed me some pictures just before the explosion of that fuel in kind of open canisters and next to Jeeps and trucks. I mean, someone turned the ignition on one of those trucks when that thing was open. That probably is what caused this. I don't necessarily think this was sabotage. There's no evidence of an attack. It just may be an incredible mistake. This is similar to me to if you remember, a huge bombing explosion in Beirut in 2020. And sorry to pat my own back here, but I was the first journalist to explain that was a case of Hezbollah trying to move weapons because the Israelis had been alerted to where those weapons are being hidden. They were trying to move them, and something exploded while they were doing it, and that was destroyed almost half of downtown Beirut. This is very similar. All right, here in the U.S., we had a pretty, I would say, massive explosion of our own in Colorado Springs. A massive bust of an illegal nightclub by more than 300, I think, federal and immigration, even local cops and postal service agents showed up to break up what I guess you could call, just as a quick title, an illegal immigrant nightclub. But that really doesn't tell the whole story. This looks like this was a major headquarters for drugs, for prostitution, for other forms of human trafficking. And perhaps the most disturbing part of this story is that several U.S. active duty troops were arrested in this week because they were moonlighting, as they say, as security guards and God knows what else for the illegal immigrants, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all in this place. Very, very lucky that no one was killed during this raid. But this is an amazing story, and I think I'll talk more about this with David Brody at the end of the program. To me, this is an absolutely crucial story. It tells you what the essence of illegal immigration is all about in this country. No, it's not really about mothers and kids trying to find a better life. Obviously, there are some stories like that. But when you tell the world that our border is open, when you tell the world that there is no law enforcement for a major part of our country, this is what it attracts. It doesn't attract moms with kids selling candy on the street, although that does happen too. That's not the main thing. It attracts this. And God knows what other kind of horrible things happen in this place. To me, this is a huge story. All right, well, this is playing out like a TV show plot, kind of like another illegal immigration story. It turns out the D.C. police have nabbed now both of the people they say stole Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem's purse several days ago in D.C. And the cops say he's, surprise, surprise, an illegal alien from Chile who has a long rap sheet of being a professional crook. The accomplice they grabbed also involved in a lot of robberies. The main guy from Chile has already been deported, so that has sort of been solved. Folks, now it's personal. If you thought she was being tough on illegal immigration before, now Kristi Noem has got a real personal story to work at. I think she's going to milk this for all it's worth and to our benefit. Get more of these professional criminals out of our country, please. All right, I have a little bit of a correction to make. I had been speculating all last week that the conclave to select the next pope would start either today or sometime this week. I was incorrect about that. Want to correct that. That's probably not going to start until next week. I was miscalculating the days of mourning and how long they wait after the funeral. So that's something to remember. Now, speaking of that, a number of traditional Catholics in this audience and around the world are wondering what the chances are that the next pope will be a strong traditionalist. Italian journalist and Vatican expert had this to say about that to War Room's Ben Harnwell. Check it out.
So you're basically suggesting then that it's not beyond the realms of feasibility that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance might be able to put their thumb on the scale, perhaps, in some way in the future conclave?
Yes, that's the sort of starting point of the theory. I think in this case, as you in fact had mentioned to me when we spoke earlier, the chances of a genuinely conservative candidate coming out on top are rather remote. Obviously, Francis has appointed 80% of the cardinals in the College of Cardinals with the right to vote now, so it's unlikely that they're going to turn their backs on his progressive agenda.
And Steve Bannon's War Room airs every Monday through Friday here on RAV at 10 a.m. Eastern. It also has a number of special airings over the weekend, so just check your schedule for your time zone on our Real America's Voice website. Okay, this July, there is a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro, the bloc of emerging superpowers. That includes China, Russia, India, and Iran. Now, they're going to be meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollars in your savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move decisively from theoretical possibility toward inevitable reality. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free info kit on gold by texting my name and also America, 989898. Text America to 989898. Now, with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold arm you with the free, no-obligation info kit on owning gold before July and that Rio Reset. Text America to 989898 today. Coming up, speaking of world economic turmoil, it looks like the Beijing regime was lying about the state of trade talks with the U.S., and of course, all the Trump haters not only fell for it, they gleefully rooted against America too, as they rooted for this. I'll have the details on what really happened when American Sunrise Early Edition continues. Beautiful morning in Fort Lauderdale there. A couple people already on the dock. I'm Jake Novak. Thanks so much for joining us here on American Sunrise Early Edition. Let's take a look at where the markets are going to begin today. We begin today on a 4-day win streak. for stocks. And we see some red arrows there, but that's not every morning we've seen bigger numbers than that. So don't be surprised if things really turn around. Gold kind of flat, back down just below 3,300, but still very much at that historic high. Crude oil down to that $62 level, so you should be saving the money at the pump. And let's take a look at Bitcoin because it's starting to creep higher. Yeah, look at that $95,000 level. I think we're going to be at 100,000 again really soon. Okay. There has been some positive news on the trade war front over the last 72 hours or so, and I'm going to take it for granted that you didn't hear any of it from the mainstream news media. I know for sure you didn't. So here goes. It turns out China is exempting some key U.S. imports from the new added tariffs in the trade war. Most importantly, that list of exempted items includes key jet parts made in America by Boeing and others. Boeing shares closed 1% higher on that news on Friday. You didn't hear about it, though, over the weekend because it's all gloom and doom about the trade wars. Here's another trade reality story that made me smile, at least, and I think it should make you smile, but not necessarily with silly glee, because this is another example of what's really going on here. Remember how all the Trump haters jumped up and down last week with glee, cheering the repressive communist regime of China when they said that Donald Trump wasn't telling the truth about trade negotiations going on between the two countries? Hey, look, folks, I understand people who hate Trump. I get it. I understand. Don't love it, but I get it. But are you really going to jump up and down when China basically an enemy of our country, lies about our president and our country just because you don't like him personally? All right. So it turns out, of course, there are talks going on between China and the United States. About 11 Chinese trade officials were walking into the U.S. Treasury late last week. There they are, walking in, and a South Korean newspaper website took this picture. Then they were pressured by Beijing to cover up the faces of those people because they didn't want their lie to be exposed. This is where we are right now with the Chinese. They don't tell the truth. OK, that's really something important to understand. Again, they showed up. It was April 24th. This picture was taken. This is crazy stuff. It's hilarious, but also crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start your engines. Time for Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company, artilleryteaco.com. Use promo code America's Tea for 25% off of your first order. Artillery tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder families and charities. Artilleryteaco.com, promo code America's Tea for 25% off of your first order. Okay, I have more good news on the trade front for you. Many of you may be fans of the Nissan Rogue SUV. And I know at least a lot of you are, because when I'm driving here on Long Island, I see the Nissan Rogue and also the RAV4 every 5 seconds. Well, here's the good news. It's so popular in the United States that Nissan has just announced that it is going to increase production of the Rogue in this country by 56%. That's a massive increase. So that means a lot more jobs and a lot more shifts for the Nissan plant. I talk about this plant a lot. This is where they make the Rogue here in the United States. It's in Smyrna, Tennessee. It's going to be a lot more jobs and a lot, again, overtime here in the United States. So that's good news. Not all good news every day on the tariffs, but that's good news. Okay, I'm going to make another exception to my usual rule on this program of not jumping up and down every time somebody introduces a new electric vehicle. I'm sick of all the fanfare, but this one, I'm sorry, this one hit me right in my sweet spot. Take a look. This is a new pickup truck from a company Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is backing. It's called Slate. And it is an electric vehicle, but it is a very bare bone pickup. It only costs $20,000. And you know what I really like about how they made it cheap? They took out all that extra tech that they have in cars that you don't necessarily need, including it doesn't even have automatic windows. That's right. The new Slate pickup has old-fashioned window crank openers that sometimes make drivers look like a hysterical organ grinder on meth. I grew up, I never had power windows in my cars, by the way. I had that crank window, and when you had to get it open quickly because someone was being sick in the car, you look like a nut job cranking that window. Anyway, that's how they make it cheap. I love this. That's the way we had it when I was a kid, and we liked it. Besides, it's probably good exercise. Make America healthy again. RFK Jr. Whatever. Anyway, $20,000 for a bare-bone pickup. Maybe check it out. Okay, back to reality, or back to another big company trying to cloud reality. This time the culprit is Pirelli Tires. They have apparently hired the firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, okay, just kidding, to craft a piece of legal fiction claiming that a massive state-controlled Chinese company called Sinochem does not have any control of Pirelli, even though Sinochem owns 37% of an equity in Pirelli tires. That's a big chunk. I mean, that's basically a majority owner almost. I get it. 37% isn't majority, but that's a huge investment. So they've crafted this legal fiction to say that the Chinese company doesn't have any effective control. This is, of course, being done to avoid tariff and trade restrictions on Chinese products, not only here in the United States, but in other parts of the world. Good luck with that, Pirelli. I understand. Lawyers always make money in the end, don't they? Tariff, no tariff, doesn't matter. So somebody might believe this legal fiction, but I don't. Okay, if you're wondering why there's been so much talk about the Shanghai Trade Auto Show that's currently going on, stop wondering. It turns out the Chinese government has been flying in dozens of foreign journalists and social media influencers to cover the show. Listen, I love car shows, but everywhere I look when I do my research for this program every day about new auto news, I'm seeing a bunch of stuff about the Shanghai Auto Show like it's the greatest thing ever. Well, this explains it. All these journalists and social media influencers are being flown in for free. They're getting hotel rooms for free, and that's fine. No major crime here, but just understand this is why they're getting so much attention. People are paying for this. Don't be naive. Okay, coming up, as the Trump administration cracks down on all those college DEI programs, what do you say to those who ask, what's so bad about them in the first place? Do you have an answer when they ask you that? A professor who has put a lot of work into answering that question is about to join us, and he will be with us just ahead. And also, we're going to talk about how DEI programs do or do not have a role in all these ugly anti-Semitic riots on campus. Is there a connection between the two? American Sunrise Early Edition is coming right back. It's Monday, April 28th. Here are some of this morning's top stories. It's the start of another week, but the fighting between Russia and Ukraine continues with no end in sight. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio is now saying that this week could be a turning point in peace negotiations, or maybe the end of those negotiations. War in the Middle East may be happily undermined by this massive explosion at Iran's key port for exporting weapons to its terrorist forces. Experts say it's likely missile fuel, possibly for ICBMs, that ignited by accident and caused this blast near Iran's terror army headquarters, leaving 40 dead, more than 1,000 injured. There might be a lot more. By the way, these fires are still burning. Democrats are continuing to protest the FBI's arrest of a Milwaukee judge charged with helping a brutally violent illegal alien escape from ICE. But once the awful details about that alien get out, will she still have any real support? Well, they'll probably just keep the details from coming out, won't they? And smile, you're on Stop Lying camera. More than 10 Chinese officials are caught walking into the U.S. Treasury building, even as Beijing insists no trade talks with the U.S. are going on. Oops, then they tried to literally cover it up. Look at that. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Special welcome to those of you who are watching and commenting on Getter and Rumble. Very important. Again, this is not a passive news program. That's the old days. These days, you get to comment not only on the news, but the people who are presenting it to you. So I appreciate all of that. Listen, on this program, for many, many weeks now, we've talked about the protest movements. I don't really call them protests anymore. They're really just attacks. They're attacks on peace and civility on campus. We've also talked about the DEI programs that have been going on at universities for a long time. So I've decided to go to an expert on this, someone who's really studied it, and somebody who's really written a book about it. Joining me now is Professor Stan Ridgely of Drexel University's Lebeau College of Business, I should say, and he's the author of the new book, DEI Exposed: How the Biggest Con of the Century Almost Toppled Higher Education. So hold on here, Professor Ridgely. Thank you for joining us. You say almost in the title. So does that mean the battle against DEI and its ill effects is done? Did we win? Should we declare victory?
Well, thanks, Jake, for having me on. And I think that we are well on the way to victory because we have moved back from the precipice, about to be pushed over by the DEI cadres on the campuses. That's ending now. It's going to be a tough, hard battle, uprooting and pulling out these DEI apparatchiks from the campuses. But we're well on our way, and I'm delighted.
That is. Well, listen, you can't open the a news site or watch this program or others without seeing the coordinated pushback from the Trump administration on this, and from other places too. So it certainly feels like the tide is turning. Professor, there's a growing narrative about a major villain in this whole debate. I wanted to talk about this one particular major villain because, to me, this embodies a lot of the problem. His name is Christopher Eisgruber. He is the president of Princeton University. He's been singled out as someone with, this is the way that people go after him. It just gets to the root cause of this. We're not talking about, a lot of people want to make this a discussion about, well, what about minorities that have been oppressed in the past? No one's denying that. What about minorities that still don't have enough access to good education? I'm certainly not denying that. But the way that DEI is crafted from people like Eisgruber is a vendetta against white people, including white students. In other words, it's more about punishment for white people than it is about uplifting people of other ethnicities. How do you think how long Princeton is going to continue to put up with this now that a major target is on his back?
Well, Eisgruber is an absurd individual. I think that if you look at 2020, during the George Floyd riots and BLM riots, Princeton's faculty signed a letter, 300 of them signed a letter on July 4th, 2020, that accused their own university, Princeton, of being rampant with racism. That's the phrase they use, rampant racism. And I think that this fraud that was perpetrated at Princeton was called out by a journalist by the name of Connor Friedersdorf at The Atlantic, who actually contacted all 300 of the signatories and said, look, can you give me a single instance of rampant racism, overt racism at Princeton in the last 15 years? And not a single example could be produced. This is the fraud. When I say there's a great con game being perpetrated on the campuses with DEI, is that and that people believe this, that there's some sort of rampant racism on college campuses, when, as Randall Kennedy, the black law professor at Harvard, says, these are the least racist places in America. And so you have someone like Eisgruber, President Eisgruber at Princeton, who is saying a lot of absurd things and doubling down and tripling down on these types of things. There's going to be a comeuppance for this man, and I think for higher education in general.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so. I want to talk about better options than DEI in just a moment. But again, let's get back to what is, of course, breaking in America just every day now. Of course, the Trump administration is simply not just asking nicely. We learned, late last week that the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, is on board with threatening to yank federal highway funding from states if they don't cover their DEI programs in state schools. For those of you who know, and I know you're a business school professor, so you know, federal road funding is vital, even for wealthy states, let alone the ones that don't have a lot of money. That's really like cutting off someone from oxygen. What's your outlook on this tactic? Do you think it's effective? Or obviously, I think it'll be effective. Do you think it's right to use this tactic?
Well, of course it's right to use the tactic because it's the only language in the case of higher education that they understand. They have been temporizing on this, and their aversion to enforcing U.S. civil rights laws and the equal protection clause of the Constitution, temporizing and quibbling over this for many years, decades. And we understand that the only language that a university can understand is bad publicity and money. And I think that the use of federal funding, no strings attached funding, pulling that away is an effective tactic, and it should be continued. It should continue to be used because I think it has really lifted the public discourse in a way that it should have been lifted a long time ago. The great victory, I think, is that we are now talking about these issues with transparency and having these robust conversations that are long overdue. And that, I think, is a major victory. Regardless of the outcome, I think that a lot of people, once they see the facts of what's going on in higher education, what's going on with respect to these institutions who have, scofflaws, who have ignored U.S. civil rights law and propounded this noxious ideology of DEI, which is really not what people think it is, that this is long overdue, and I'm glad to see it.
If you're just joining us, we're talking with Professor Stan Ridgely. He's from Drexel University's Lebow College of Business. He has a new book out talking about how DEI, very, very destructive, but it looks like we've turned the tide on it, and now victory is being, not declared yet, but we're certainly on the way. DEI Exposed is the name of the book. It's a brand new book. I want to clarify something for our viewers, because I know you agree with me on this, and I think this is important for everyone who's talking about this issue, even if they completely agree with people like us. We are not here to dance on the graves of minority students who may now not get into a college or something like that. That's not the point of this. The problem with educational opportunity in this country starts in K through 12. The pipeline has to be fixed. If you're at a university level and you're accepting someone, let's say to Harvard or Princeton, who otherwise would have gotten into Rutgers or Michigan, that's nice for that kid. Wonderful. But that doesn't solve the problem at the pipeline being in primary grades where things already start to go off the rails, where they don't have the resources. If these schools want to do something about that, and I'm not so sure they do, I'm really not, then they should use their resources, their endowments, maybe even some of their students to go tutor and set up programs in their neighborhoods. A lot of these Ivy League schools aren't in the best of neighborhoods, or at least close to some bad neighborhoods. They could really make a difference there. I know that you join me in saying we don't want DEI programs destroyed because it's helping people. We want them destroyed because it's not. It's because they don't work, certainly not the white students, but it doesn't work for the minorities either, does it?
Well, I have to agree with you on that. And I think that the idea that DEI is primarily or only something that's designed to help the underprivileged or help the underserved students or the marginalized students in the past is one of the great absurdities that has been propounded by proponents of DEI. It's actually not that. If that happens, it's really merely as a byproduct. And we've already seen that illegal discrimination was declared in students for fair admissions versus Harvard 2 years ago. It's illegal. What we're talking about now with respect to DEI is really not these race-based programs. We're talking about the admission into the university of DEI officers and bureaucrats who are then utilizing a noxious, toxic ideology of either or, evil and good, oppressors and oppressed, villains and victims, designed to oppress and indoctrinate students into this noxious ideology. And they're making lots and lots of money while doing it. It's a psychological process called virtuous victimhood. And so resource extraction strategy to take resources out of the university, hard-earned tuition dollars. And I think that no one really has any problem with special programs that are designed to help this or that group of people, however you want to define that group. I myself am in favor of programs that help the economically disadvantaged, which is basically a race-blind program that by definition is going to help certain minority students that fall disproportionately into that economically disadvantaged group. So that is my perception of the problem. The problem is not the people who are coming into school under these programs. The problem is the people who are administering DEI programs on the campus, trying to tell faculty like myself what to teach, who to hire, what courses are suitable in the university, and what types of racial training, bizarre racial training in this obnoxious ideology that declares America is a white racist a country and that is riven with white supremacy culture. It's a big fraud, and I think lots of people have enriched themselves, and we need to stop it now.
Professor, we only have a minute left, but I want to talk about whether you agree with me that there is a direct line between that's connecting the DEI programs and this attitude on campus that you talked about, virtuous victimhood, and the rise of these radical riots. I don't call them protests. If you're causing people harm and pain and fear, you're not trying to protest and get them to change their minds. You're trying to attack them. Anyway, these attacks on campus, is there some connection to that victimhood philosophy, that DEI philosophy, with the rise of these protests, these riots on campus?
There certainly is. You don't even have to connect the dots. This is a natural outgrowth of the ideology that informs DEI, the idea that you have white oppressors and non-white victims, virtuous victims, and their villains and oppressors. And Jewish students fall into that category. And so thereby, simply by virtue of categorization into this slot, that Jewish students are unworthy of having protections of the DEI and the university's security services. And the fact is that this is a part of the doctrine. It's called decolonization. And because Jewish students are viewed as white as a group, and certainly those connected with Israel are viewed as oppressors or settler colonists, then they don't deserve any kind of protection. So the DEI cadres have embraced this obnoxious pseudoscientific ideology and are acting in accord with that. And that is provable, and I prove it, show it in my book, DEI Exposed.
Yeah, everyone go out and get the book. It's available on Amazon, a lot of the other websites. Professor Stan Ridgely from Drexel University's LeBeau College of Business. Excellent book, and thank you so much for joining us. We will be coming back to you again, although I'm looking forward to talking with you, but I'm not looking forward to the next craziness on campus, but at least we have someone to talk about it when it happens. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right, coming up, what that massive illegal nightclub bust in Colorado Springs over the weekend tells us about the true nature of illegal immigration in America. David Brody and I will discuss this very important story just ahead. That's New York Harbor this morning. It is the start of another week, and it's going to be warm like from now on. I think it's like 70 degrees in New York every day this week. I am declaring the end of the cold part of spring and the beginning of the march to summer. That's my official declaration. Take it up with the Home Office if you don't like it. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. Special welcome to you on Getter and Rumble in the comments. A lot of comments on Getter and Rumble this morning. Hey, David Brody is here, and I want to go back to this big bust of the illegal immigrant club in Colorado Springs over the weekend, because to me, this is a story that needs to be discussed very, very specifically. And I think maybe, by the way, on American Sunrise coming up in the next hour, 8:30 a.m., we have a big news conference with Caroline Levitt and Tom Homan, the Borders are. I will be surprised if they don't talk about this bust in detail. But this was a club where there were massive amounts of cocaine. It's something called pink cocaine, which, of course, is more lethal. Massive amounts of prostitution. Massive amounts of MS-13 and Tren de Aragua members. Other forms of human trafficking, et cetera, and really disturbing, apparently several active duty U.S. troops acting as bouncers and security here. Now, to me, this is an example of what illegal immigration, having an open border, is all about. Listen, it's the mainstream news media and the left want to portray it as poor moms and dads coming over the border to try to get something better than 10 cents an hour. Obviously, there are some stories like that, but this is what it really is. When you tell the world that we have an open border, when you tell the world, come on in, all comers, it's going to attract criminals. That's what it's going to do. When you tell the law enforcement is going home, it doesn't attract angels. It attracts this. And I hope that this story gets a lot of oxygen, David.
Well, I think you've laid it out perfectly, Jake. And here's the thing. It attracts individuals that turn into organizations, right? I mean, and so what ends up happening is the racketeering charges will follow. And that's what it really is, right? I mean, ultimately, all this is a bunch of racket. Well, I don't mean to demean it by just calling it RICO charges, racketeering charges. But the truth of the matter is that is exactly what's going on. And it's happening in all hubs of every city in America. And I say every city, look, Colorado Springs is a conservative city. Okay, listen, I lived in Colorado Springs for 10 years. Matter of fact, that place right there, by the way, this just in, I wasn't there. I never was there when I was living there. I just want to be very clear about that. But that was about 15 minutes away from my house. Okay, not that I knew the name of the place, but I had to kind of Google GPS the thing and go, oh my gosh, that was 15 minutes away. The point is that we're a conservative family living in a conservative city of Colorado Springs, and this type of stuff is happening. It is anywhere in America. And these 12 active duty officers are from Fort Carson. We used to do tons of stories about Fort Carson over there. And let's be honest, there were issues with some of the soldiers at Fort Carson back in the day when I was there in the late 80s and early 90s, actually all the way through almost all of the 90s. And so this should shock us on a number of levels, not just the racketeering aspect of it, the organized crime aspect of it. Obviously, that is first and foremost. But the fact that if it can happen in Colorado Springs, which, by the way, to be clear, it is a conservative city, but it was much more conservative 20 years ago, less conservative now, but it's still conservative. I mean, this isn't Denver we're talking about. This is actual Colorado Springs. Then we should really be concerned. Every single parent in this country should be concerned about this. I just feel bad for Democrats because they clearly lost the location of the 2028 convention for them, because that would have been a prime real estate for them, clearly. I mean, and I would think that Senator Chris Van Hollen has got to be just beside himself right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of he has a lot of pimps and drug dealers to go visit. His dance card is full now because if he's going to visit, all these people are going to get deported over this. Also have a personal family connection to Colorado Springs. My mother was born there because her father was doing his final training as an Army surgeon before they shipped him over to Britain just before D-Day to deal with, the massive number of troops they knew he was going to have to work on. So she was born there as well. You make a point here. Not just Colorado Springs. Colorado used to be a deep red, put it in the Republican column state. And listen, states can change. There have been some blue states that have flipped to red, so it's not like all in one direction. But you have to wonder, is it because of the massive illegal immigration? Is that why Colorado went from red to blue? And you see a thing like this, and you got to wonder, that's probably what it was, wasn't it? But you got this news conference coming up in the next hour. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, for sure. Caroline Levitt, Tom Homan, 8:30 a.m. Eastern from the briefing room. My guess is this will be the topic of conversation, along with the fact that it's 100 days for President Trump in office this week on Tuesday, tomorrow. So they'll lay out those accomplishments as well.
Yeah, and the accomplishment of the quiet border is probably the biggest. I'm Jake Novak. I'll see you again on this program tomorrow.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. Hey guys, look, I've been keeping an eye on the White House. The executive order flurry continues. Of course, yesterday, President Trump signing another executive order on education. Basically, the focus is to reel in woke universities and schools. He wants more oversight over that. But this morning, guys, one of the stories that caught our eye had to do with this $5,000 baby bonus that's being proposed right now for new moms. It's basically a bid to reverse declining birth rates.
It is such a big decision to have a baby. It is just not something that I want people doing with any incentive other than God leading them.
Gina, you are the voice of reason on this. I actually do agree with you. I mean, there should be no financial incentive, to have a child.
Trump says that 145% tariffs are very high, very, very high. And they won't remain that high, but they added that they won't be at zero.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively. Everything's active. Everybody wants to be a part of what we're doing. They know that they can't get away with it any longer, but they're still going to do fine. And we're going to have a country that you can be proud of, not a laughing stock all over the world for.
I think we should go 400% on China. That's my opinion. This is a type of economic war for the ages. This is going to set the bar 30, 40, 50 years from now. Our grandkids are having jobs that were created in this country because of this tariff and this standoff with China, bringing production back to this country. So what President Trump said in that sound earlier is spot on.
The Justice Department has announced a slew of charges against 27 alleged current or former Tren de Aragua members. Can I just say TDA? It would help me. Attorney General Pam Bondi released a statement saying the arrests span 3 states and will devastate TDA's, infrastructure.
History tells us that RICO was actually designed to go after gangs. RICO's designed to go after, original gangs being the mobs and how they fund themselves and how they hide themselves. And it really allows guilt by association.
And when it comes to immigration, Rav's own Ben Bergquam, of course, recently had the chance to tag along for ICE operations in Chicago and New York and Baltimore.
Watch this episode. We're going after these guys, rapists. We find out rapists, murderers. We find out one of the guys we picked up is wanted for murder after we pick them up. These guys have done their homework on every one of these guys. And the Democrats want to protect them. It's absolutely outrageous.
Just ahead on American Sunrise, House Republicans have some new ideas for the reconciliation bill, and the tax cuts might not be permanent after all. We have the latest for you. Plus, in one of the most ironic stories in recent memory, one of the suspects who allegedly robbed DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was reportedly here illegally. We have those developments as well. And finally, the U.S. and Iran had another round of nuclear talks over the weekend. Could we see a deal? Those stories, so much more as we kick off this week of American Sunrise with you right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrance.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Good morning. I am Dr. Gina. We are live with you from the Palm Beaches. Let's bring in David Brody. He's out in Washington, D.C., and T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, guys. Productive weekend.
A productive weekend. Yeah, I was a little tired. I went to Germany. Yesterday.
Oh.
But not real Germany, just at our house. We do these celebrate each country type festive occasions, and had a good time. We all dress up, and yeah, they're pictures. I'll go ahead and send them to you a little later. I don't know if I want them out publicly. No, I put them on Instagram. I don't care.
You have the coolest family.
David in Lederhosen. I can't wait to see that.
That's so cool. Like, it's all I can do to get everyone up to, church or something. Getting dressed.
Yeah.
No, that's not happening. Oh.
I had a rip in my Lederhosen.
You had a rip in your Lederhosen. That sounds very serious. Oh, gosh.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to save all of us and move on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, guys, so look. Yeah, we're monitoring some breaking news this morning, guys. Russian President Putin has announced apparently that there's going to be a 3-day ceasefire with Ukraine beginning next week. It's going to honor the anniversary of World War II. But guys, as we kind of lay that out, after that ceasefire proposal on Easter that ultimately wasn't honored, I'm not so sure there's a lot of stock that anyone can put in a promise of a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, Dr. Gina.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here exactly. It seems to me that Putin's playing games. I don't know. I mean, and Zelensky too. I mean, it just seems like you have a couple of squirrely guys who don't keep their word, who don't want to be accountable for anything, and you've got President Trump trying to deal with two people who just don't deal in reality and don't deal fairly and squarely. I don't know, David.
I totally agree. Putin's totally playing games. So let me get this straight. There's going to be a 3-day ceasefire in honor of World War II for someone that's almost going to start World War III. Come on.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Stop. Just stop, please. I can't. Putin is the bad guy. I've said it from day one. He's the bad guy. Zelensky's got major problems, and he's trying to play too cute by half, and he's got all sorts of corruption in Ukraine. Don't get me wrong. Yada, yada, yada. I know all of that. But Putin is the bad guy here. Moral clarity, folks. Moral clarity.
Absolutely, yeah. Putin's the bad guy, David. But Zelensky, I mean, he's just a squirrely little weasel. And he needs to put on a suit when he's in the presence of our president. There, I said it.
The thing is, no, I agree. I just want to say, every time I say something that Putin is bad, I always get the old, but how about Zelensky? And I agree. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, but we've talked up the proverbial yin-yang about Zelensky. I agree with all of that. But can we please say what is true, which is, and we say it here, which is Putin is a bad dude, and he's trying to play Trump like a fiddle. And Trump even said in the Truth Social post that he put up, he said, give me a break. You're trying to tap me. You're trying to tap me out. Look, he's bad. He's bad. Bad.
Dr. Gina and David, before we get to our Bible verse, also just want to offer up a quick programming note here within the next hour, and it's probably going to be closer to about 30 minutes. We're expecting to broadcast live a news conference from the White House. It's going to be a press briefing. We're told that Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, is going to be there. Also, border czar Tom Homan is supposed to be there. And all of this, of course, leading up to Wednesday, when President Trump will officially celebrate his first 100 days in office. And one of the priorities of those first 100 days, of course, has been securing the border and deporting illegals here in the United States. So again, stay tuned for that. We'll have that coming up for you momentarily. Dr. Gina, now, as I teased earlier, would you please give us our Bible verse of the day? I don't even know if that's appropriate to say I'm teasing a Bible verse. It just should be. There's no tease. Would you give us our Bible verse?
100%, Terrance. All right, from Psalm 34:8. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man who trusts in him. So true. Turning now from the good book, though, to good economic policy. House Republicans have some new ideas for their budget proposal for reconciliation. We are now seeing reports that the tax cuts inside that proposal could be temporary. There could be a sunset provision for the tax cuts after 4 years. Now, what in the world? I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to do commentary here. I'm supposed to be reporting it, so let me get back to business. These are for the taxes on tips, Social Security, and overtime pay. For more, let's bring in RAV Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn. Brian, you know, the American people voted for this, right? Illegal immigration, permanent tax cuts. I mean, these are some of the very basic, fundamental. What in the heck a sunset club? Brian, I want you to go in there and just shake some of these people until they understand this, that we've asked for this and we demand it as the American people.
We do. Good morning, Dr. Gina. I know there was a few Republicans when this was even introduced that was against no tax on tips and overtime for whatever radical reason. Now, what I've been told, Jason Smith, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, says he will not support any bill that does not have these components in there. I know that Marjorie Taylor Greene herself says she won't even vote on a bill that does not include these. Now, as far as them sunsetting, I think that is probably coming from people who never were on the same page on this topic. House Republicans that were just never Trumpers to begin with. But this is a huge deal. This is a campaign promise. This is something that we were there, Dr. Gina, in Las Vegas when President Trump introduced no tax on tips and overtime. So I see this going through. From what I've been told, that will not be concluded this week. They're not going to wrap that up this week. So hopefully it gets put in for next week.
Yeah, I mean, I think that all will get in the final bill. I just think whether or not it's permanent or sunsetted is the question, because you got folks in the Senate who don't want to see it permanent because they think it's a budget issue for them. They think if you make them permanent, it's going to cost a lot more money, which it would. But the bottom line is, we'll have to wait and see. Hey, Brian, let's go to the immigration issue and Kristi Noem's purse. I just said it. The man arrested for stealing her purse was living in the U.S. illegally. Oh, what a shock. They now arrested a second guy. He also may, I say the word may, also being illegal. We're still waiting for official identification on that. But it makes me think about what's going on in about, 20, 25 minutes or so right there in the White House briefing room. Kind of odd to have a press briefing so early in the morning, but Tom Homan will be there and Caroline Leavitt. Tell us more, sir.
Yeah, well, Tom Homan just walked behind us just before we came on, and I shook his hand, and I said, hey, you're doing a great job. He said, Brian, we're trying, and I think they're doing more than just trying. Behind me are about 100 yard signs. It look like something you'd put in for a garage sale or something like that, but they say this: rape, murder, sexual assault of a child. These are all the charges of these individuals that are behind me. Yeah, we'll go to my social media. I think we might have some things up there as well. Matter of fact, let me just step aside. Tony, can you push up? Let's just push up, because I really want to give you guys a live look at what it looks like. This is what we came into this morning. This was lining Pebble Beach. Now, this is on both sides, even to my right, your left. It's even bordering going up to the West Wing. But they are really sending the message today that this is what's going on. This is how successful Tom Homan, his whole Kristi Noem, the whole organization is doing in terms of bringing in these people that should not be here to begin with, and that now are committing crimes. Like you said, that press conference takes place at 8:30 here. It says just outside the briefing room doors. I think obviously we'll be inside. But yeah, just a major impact. So no matter what network here's what I got out of this. Being behind Media Row here, no matter what network goes on air today, this is their backdrop of the mugshots of these people, of these illegals. I think it's a brilliant, as far as the optics go. You know, let's go ahead and frame that up for you. This is what people will be talking about today. So we'll see how they handle this briefing that happens at 8:30.
And Brian, as we talk about this briefing and as I see all of those pictures behind you, I feel like it brings the conversation back to budget, because that is going to be a primary issue in this reconciliation process, is funding border security, funding President Trump's plan for deportation. I was just reading this morning that Steve Scalise is saying that he'd like to have a budget plan on President Trump's desk by June. From the White House perspective, are they expecting this process to move that quickly? And is that a realistic date, June, particularly since they're just getting back to work today?
It is. It is. I was talking to a few folks last night as I flew back to Washington, D.C. We met in the airport. They said they do anticipate this happening before the end of May and before the beginning of June. So right there around the Memorial Day weekend time frame. And so I do expect most departments to receive a cut except for Homeland Security and Defense. Those are two areas that have specifically asked for a little bit more increase in budget. Obviously, it's working what they're doing, so I do think they need to have the resources for that. As far as the defense spending, you know, there's so much, you know, going on in the world that I guess we need to make sure our military is funded and ready to address any issues. But I do think that will be done by the end of May.
Brian, there were protests around the country this weekend in defense of these deportations. I mean, rather protesting the deportations. I mean, what is wrong with you? How can you look into the faces of these angel parents? How can you look at the faces of those criminals and take the side of the criminal? And these weren't small protests. These were relatively big. Now, they're probably all funded by George Soros. I get that. But, you know, you'd have to pay me a lot of money, probably not even doable, right, to stand out there with a sign that says, I think that we should push this in the faces of our angel parents and let these criminals go. The mentality is mind-boggling.
I don't get it. Well, they're on the wrong side of the court of opinion, which is for one thing. This is a huge in favor of what is happening right now. I read some news stories. It's interesting you bring this up real quickly. They're calling them undocumented workers instead of basically some of these people behind me would be described as an undocumented worker rather than an illegal alien that has committed a crime or felony of some sort. So they are putting such a soft touch on that to try to keep that base engaged to protecting the undocumented workers. It's not working. And as long as we continue to deliver the message to the American people that Republican Party is protecting Americans, protecting communities, protecting schools, your communities, then I think that we should, as we move forward, be on the right side of truth. And also, as far as an election goes, I think we'll have the support of the American people. But I don't understand it. I really don't. Some of the things they stand for, it's not even, far from past the smell check here.
Yeah.
It's
well, Tom
disgusting.
did a great job on the Sunday shows. They tried to catch him with, what about the children? They love to say that. And Tom said, look, if you as a parent make a decision to commit a crime and you're a U.S. citizen, you're going to jail without your child. So if you as a criminal invader of our country decide to come here and have a child, that doesn't mean it's your ticket to stay here forever. That means you made a decision to commit a crime, and that is costing your child. That's your choice. Right. He did a great job anyway. Brian, listen, we appreciate what you're doing. Keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Brian.
And if you're an NFL fan, the Philadelphia Eagles will be here at 4 o'clock. So fly, Eagle, fly if you're an Eagles fan.
There you go. I like Philly cheesesteak. Does that count? All right, coming up, we check out the hottest headlines from the RAV newsroom with T. Bates, and later Saudi Arabia now trying to enter talks between Israel and Gaza. What can we expect, though? And can the House of Saud be trusted? We have those updates just ahead right here on American Sunrise. Don't go away.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
The Everglades were very popular with alligators. Extremely popular. They're watching this morning. I hope you are too. Well, if you are, I guess you would know that because you're watching. I don't really know what's happening. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. All right, coming up, President Tuff talking tough when it comes to nukes and Iran. He says the United States will lead the way if there's not a deal done with Iran. Okay, let's discuss that. We'll do it in a moment. First, though, T. Bates standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
More than 100 suspected illegal immigrants face the possibility of deportation after being busted during a federal raid on an illegal after-hours nightclub in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Video of DEA and ICE agents making arrests early Sunday morning is making its rounds on the internet right now. The DEA says the club had been under investigation for several months for alleged crimes including drug trafficking, prostitution, and what the agency describes as crimes of violence. Cocaine and an undisclosed number of guns were found there at the scene. In a post on Truth Social, President Trump described those arrests as, quote, some of the worst people illegally in our country. He also took a shot at judges who continue to push back against his deportation efforts, saying that if we don't win this battle at the Supreme Court, our country as we know it is finished. The first 100 days of President Trump's second term have been marked by his attempt to reverse the global economic order, his efforts to end the war between Ukraine and Russia as well as Israel and Hamas, a push to annex Greenland and retake the Panama Canal, and, of course, the ongoing campaign to make America safe again by deporting violent illegal immigrants. The commander-in-chief has also made headlines for ideas like turning Gaza into a Riviera-style vacation destination and making Canada the 51st state. He'll likely reiterate some of those ideas during a rally celebrating his first 100 days back in office tomorrow in Michigan. The actual milestone day, however, will be on Wednesday. 9 days of official mourning for the late Pope Francis continue today. As well, wishers are now visiting his tomb in St. Mary Major Basilica. That's his final resting place following Saturday's funeral and burial. In the meantime, cardinals will be meeting in the Vatican this week to begin discussing what's next for the Catholic Church and its 1.4 billion followers around the world. All of this is happening in advance of the papal conclave during which the next pope will be selected. No date has been set at this point for the process, even though it is expected to get underway between May 5th and the 10th. On Sunday, Cardinal Pietro Parolin delivered a special mass in St. Peter's Square before an estimated 200,000 people, as you can see here in this video. Parolin is said to be a possible contender to be the next pope, given his stature in the church and his former position as the Vatican Secretary of State. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'll have more headlines coming your way a little bit later in the show. But coming up, President Trump's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at Pope Francis's funeral over the weekend. How does this impact talks to end the war? We have the latest, including breaking news on that issue. First, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 1967 that boxing heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali refused to be inducted into the U.S. Army and was immediately stripped of his title. Ali, who's a Muslim, cited religious reasons for his decision to forego military service. We're back in a moment.
I say about Atlanta, Georgia? You know, I'm sitting here trying to think of something to say. I've got nothing. I mean, hot Atlanta, but it's April. So, like, give it, I don't know, a couple months. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. All right, the United States and Iran held more talks over the weekend in Oman. Reports say this round was focused on Iran's enrichment of uranium. There have been other rounds of talks between the U.S. and Iran for a new nuclear deal. Iran's foreign minister is leading the talks for them, and for the United States, Steve Witkoff is leading the U.S. delegation. For more, let's bring in retired Army Colonel John Mills. Colonel Mills, great to have you with us here on the show. So what do you think? I mean, do you think a deal is really going to get done? I mean, you've got President Trump telling Time magazine in this new interview that the United States actually could lead strikes on Iran's nuclear infrastructure. And he actually said, quote, "I'll be leading the pack." I mean, no, I get the peace through strength. No one, and he wants peace at all costs. But what do you think about a potential deal here?
Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, David. I think the talks are an important step on a pathway to ensuring that Iran neither has nuclear weapons nor the ability to develop them, which are two separate things. And I think that's been a little bit of the sticking point in this conversation, because having nuclear weapons is very different than the ability to develop nuclear weapons. So I'm not sure Iran has the ability to develop. They've been working on it since the 90s, but do they have nuclear weapons? I think after 30 years of debate on this topic, I think very likely they have 20 to 50 crude North Korean warheads, which would mate appropriately with the missile array that Iran has that traces to North Korea, China, and Russia. So I think it's worth some more talks. Unclear which of the two or both capabilities we're seeking to nullify.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking about Iran and its potential for developing a nuclear weapon. On the other side, while they're still regional neighbors, they're not necessarily ideologically aligned. There's Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia basically saying that they want to help find a pathway for peace in Gaza, specifically by creating a Palestinian state. That in and of itself, one would think, would be a non-starter for Israel. How do you see all of this working out? And I ask that question in the context of Iran on one side, Saudi Arabia on the other. I don't know. I'm uncomfortable about the idea of Saudi Arabia being involved, particularly when they're saying we want to create a Palestinian state.
This is a hard, long-standing problem, Terrance. Saudi Arabia, I think, is a trusted partner, very shabbily treated by the Obama-Biden team. And up until that time, we had a very strong relationship. The Saudis are looking at America under Obama, and the Biden committee is like, wow, we can't trust America. The Saudis have also been interested in accessing nuclear weapons, which the United States has firmly said no to, but that's because Iran has them. Now, the Gaza situation, look, I bring this up every time. I think the actual count of Gazans that Arab Islamic countries have taken in, I think the count is zero. Just like Jordan found out in the early 70s, if you let them in, it is the end of your country. And so that's why Jordan threw them out in a very bloody and violent way in 73. The Saudis know this. The Egyptians know this. The Jordanians, the UAE, they know this. They want to show support, but they're not going to let a single one into their own country. So they have to hat tip this topic, but they definitely aren't going to take any in.
We have this headline from CBS News. It says that Trump met Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky ahead of the funeral of Pope Francis. We saw the photographs over the weekend. Zelensky says the meeting was constructive. Didn't bother to wear a suit, though. Zelensky wants another meeting. Trump slammed Putin and Zelensky both for prolonging the war. I cannot take Zelensky seriously. I mean, I've never taken Putin seriously. Like, who takes Putin seriously? Putin, I think that's about it. But Zelensky, it's just, put on a suit, come to the meeting, and just do something more than money grub. I don't know. In my opinion, that's all we've seen over and over again. And I feel like it's time almost that President Trump is losing his temper in terms of just being so patient with these two clowns.
Well, thank you, Doctor. This is a hard one, and I always look at this Ukraine topic from an America First perspective. I do not cheerlead or hate either side.
Hey, somebody needs to ask again about the breaking news that.
Zelensky blew an important opportunity here, an incredible opportunity when he chose to have a spat with the White House. He essentially lost his footprint inside of Russia. I think the situation is boiling down at this point, basically to three topics: the Black Sea and peace on the Black Sea, which I think it's essentially been achieved. No cross-border firing either direction. Both sides are still doing that. Cessation of contact on the front line, that's still going on. But I think Crimea, and this is a tough one. If you get three experts in the room, you're going to come up with 7 different opinions on the historic ownership of Crimea. Bottom line, after the fall of the Soviet Union, until Putin's first invasion after the Sochi Olympics in 2014, let's just be realistic. Yes, it was Ukrainian terrain, but there was a wink and a nod and an agreement that the Russians could have a strong footprint, including bases and housing extensively through Crimea. So who really owned Crimea? Great question. Yes, it was geographically within Ukraine, but there was an agreement to have a very large Russian footprint. And I think at this point in time, if nothing else, that has to be formally acknowledged, the Russian historic base enclaves and housing and populations, and maybe even some kind of new status for Crimea. But we're losing patience. We've spent a lot of money on Ukraine, much of it until the Inspector General was appointed in December 23, excuse me. We have no idea what happened.
Well, Colonel, before we go to break, we got to run, but there's some breaking news about Putin saying there's going to be now he's agreed to a three-day ceasefire in honor of World War II. What do you make?
3 days next week, right? It doesn't start till next week. Yeah.
Yeah, next week. That's right. Thank you, Gina. Yeah. What do you make of that?
So the troops don't have to come into the office. I mean, I don't know what that means.
Right.
I mean,
right.
So we'll see. This is the largest war in progress that has attempted to be negotiated to an end since, I would say, the Korean War. This is difficult.
Absolutely. Colonel Mills, always good to see you. We love your perspective. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Colonel.
Yes.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, coming up, a high-profile case on religious freedom in education goes before our nation's highest justices. The Supreme Court is still deliberating. What impact will this case have on you and your family? Find out next, right here on American Sunrise.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. We thank you for joining us. It is time now for your health news today. It is sponsored by the Wellness Company and under the microscope today, managing and avoiding daily stress. The first tip we have is to reframe your thoughts. We call this thought stopping in the psychological field. At least that's what I learned in psych school. People need to think more positively. And when you have those negative thoughts coming your way, just try to stop them and divert your thoughts to something more positive. People can't go to the worst thoughts that they have about themselves. And if you've seen those latest studies out on Instagram where if you talk to a thing of water, the molecule, the molecular makeup under the microscope actually changes. It's fascinating to see what positivity and just gratitude can really do to your molecular cellular makeup, right? The second tip we have is to set boundaries. You got to set some time for yourselves. You got to get the toxic people out of your life. I don't think I learned this until I was probably at least 40. Anyway, it is really important to be able to de-stress and have some hobbies you enjoy that bring you happiness. We are going to toss now to the White House. We have Caroline Levitt right there.
American history. President Trump has already delivered on hundreds of promises he made to the American people. President Trump has already delivered on hundreds of promises he made to the American people, and we will continue to talk about all of them throughout this week. Tomorrow, I will host a press briefing at this same time, bright and early again, to highlight the Trump administration's economic accomplishments with our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And tomorrow night, President Trump will travel to Michigan to discuss all that he has achieved on behalf of the American people. On Wednesday, the president will host an open press cabinet meeting where each cabinet member will discuss their success thus far and their plans for the future. Today, we kick off 100-day week with a focus on the president's historic effort to secure our southern border. Later this afternoon, President Trump will sign an executive order on law and order and another executive order on sanctuary cities. The first EO will strengthen and unleash America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens, and it will direct the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. After these are signed, the president will have signed more than 140 executive orders already, rapidly approaching the total number signed by the Biden administration over the course of 4 years in office. Speaking of Joe Biden, it was his awful open border policies that recklessly allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to invade the United States over the past 4 years. Innocent Americans like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungray, Rachel Morin, and so many others were viciously murdered at the hands of these illegal aliens as a result of Biden's dereliction of duty. That's why one of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion. In just under 100 days, 99 now to be exact, the president has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise. America's borders are now secure because of President Trump. He has restored the rule of law, enforced our immigration laws, and defended America's sovereignty. The president immediately declared a national emergency on the southern border, deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion, and ended reckless catch-and-release policies. The results have been nothing short of extraordinary. Between President Trump's inauguration and April 1 of this month, only 9 illegal aliens were released into the United States, a staggering 99.99% decrease from the more than 184,000 illegal aliens who were released into the country under Biden during the same period last year. The number of unaccompanied illegal alien children arriving at the border has also hit a record low. Total attempted illegal crossings at the southwest border hit a record low in February, only to fall to another new record low again last month in March. Just listen to these incredible numbers. In March 2024, under Joe Biden, Border Patrol encountered approximately 140,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. 1 year later, in March 2025, under President Trump, Border Patrol encountered just over 7,000 illegal aliens at the southwest border. That's another 95% decrease from the prior year. The first piece of legislation President Trump signed into law was the Laken Riley Act, which requires illegal aliens arrested or charged with theft or violence to be detained. President Trump also reestablished the successful Remain in Mexico policy from his first term to ensure that aliens who arrive at our southern border and claim asylum are returned to Mexico to await their hearings instead of being allowed into our country while they wait. The president has also restarted construction of his signature advanced border wall. More than 85 miles of new border barrier are already in various stages of construction and planning. And Border Patrol, in collaboration with the Department of Defense and the great state of Texas, have deployed 75 additional miles of temporary barriers across the southern border. The Trump administration, as you know, has also ended the disastrous CBP-1 app, which Joe Biden exploited to facilitate the migration of nearly 1 million illegal aliens into the country. The Department of Homeland Security has relaunched this as the CBP Home app to provide illegal aliens in the U.S. a straightforward way to declare their intent to voluntarily depart. For years, Joe Biden's weakness in open border policies allowed vicious cartels to functionally control, through a campaign of terror, rape, and brutal force, nearly all illegal traffic across the southern border. President Trump has put a stop to this in record time. He designated these heinous cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and invoked the Alien Enemies Act to immediately apprehend, detain, and remove these massive threats who have flooded our country with deadly drugs, violent criminals, and vicious gangs. The Trump administration is working 24/7 to successfully arrest and deport these illegal criminals and foreign terrorists from our communities. We are in the beginning stages of carrying out the largest deportation campaign in American history. Over this past weekend, it was announced that through Operation Tidal Wave, a joint effort between ICE Miami and Florida law enforcement agencies, nearly 800 illegal aliens were arrested during the first 4 days alone. Among those arrested were a Colombian murderer, alleged MS-13 and 18th Street gang members, and a Russian with a red notice for manslaughter. And on the other side of the country, in the early Sunday morning hours, DOJ and DHS together launched a joint raid of an illegal alien underground nightclub used by Tren de Aragua in Colorado Springs, Colorado. DHS took more than 100 illegal aliens into custody, and many drugs and weapons were also seized. Operation Tidal Wave is a preview of what is to come around this country. Large-scale operations that employ our state and local enforcement partners to get criminal illegal aliens off our streets. As always, President Trump and our entire administration are grateful for the courageous law enforcement officers who are putting their lives on the line every single day to protect their fellow Americans and to keep our country safe. After 4 years of being vilified and hamstrung by the Biden administration, heroic ICE and CBP officers finally have a president who has their backs and is allowing them to do the jobs they signed up to do. There's no person who can attest to that more than our incredible border czar here at the White House, Tom Homan, who has dedicated his professional career to protecting our country and enforcing the law. I will let Tom deliver some short remarks, and then we'll open it up for questions today. Thanks for being here, Tom.
Thank you. Just a few things. Look, I started in the Border Patrol in 1984. I've been at this for over 40 years. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took border security seriously, because you can't have national security if you don't have strong border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in, right? Even President Obama and President Clinton took some steps to secure the border because they understood national security was important. Joe Biden was the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. That's just a fact. We handed the Biden administration, after President Trump's first administration, we handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he unsecured it on purpose. Now President Trump and this administration here, their success is unprecedented. We beat Trump's first administration on border success. Border numbers are historic low. Today, as I'm standing here, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation, and the numbers prove it. President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. There's been studies done that says 31% of women that make that journey through use of cartels get sexually assaulted. When President Trump has illegal immigration down 96%, when 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being sexually assaulted by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this nation? How many known suspected terrorists aren't making it into this country? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting into this country to kill young Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked? Under Joe Biden, sex trafficking is up 600%. We had 4,000 aliens dying making that journey. We had 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl that came across an open border. President Trump's policy saves lives every day. Even the border wall saves lives. The people want to hate on the border wall. Every place a border barrier has been built, illegal migration's declined, illegal drug flows decline. But you know what no one talks about? The border wall saves lives. Because the most vulnerable, the women and children, can't get over that wall, which means they're going to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the United States Border Patrol who will take care of those humanitarian needs, the health needs right off the bat. We just roll the numbers. Let me talk about a few numbers that are important to me. Under the Biden administration, we averaged over 11,000 many days, over 12,000, even some days 15,000 illegal entrants in the United States. 15,000. You know what the number was the last 24 hours? 178. 15,000 to 178. Unprecedented success. On an average day in the Biden administration, known gotaways. People we knew crossed the border because they're on video, drone traffic or central traffic. Crossed the country, across the border, weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted, weren't vetted. Average day under Joe Biden, more than 1,800 gotaways. Yesterday, 38. 38 too many? We'll get that to 0. But we went from 1,800 to 38. And finally, that was said earlier, under the first 100 days, or it was actually January 20th to April 1st, last year, 184,000 illegal aliens were released into the United States. Under this administration, 9. 4 of them were material witnesses in a criminal investigation. We need them here to testify in a serious criminal trial. 4 was extreme medical condition. We couldn't return them because they were in such bad shape. And 1 was a humanitarian issue. This is unprecedented success. The border secure. President Trump saving lives. President Trump has proven no one does it better than President Trump. There is no equal, it's not even close. So God bless the men and women of the Border Patrol. God bless the men and women of ICE who strap a gun to the hip every day, put on a Kevlar vest to not only secure our border and protect our national security, but the ICE agents in the interior, they're removing public safety threats and national security threats every day. While you're all sleeping at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, there are men and women out there enforcing the law and making this country safe again. And we're going to keep doing it. It's full speed ahead. So I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom. And thanks for all your great efforts. We do want to open it up to questions. If you have border-related questions for Mr. Homan, and I'm also happy to take any non-border-related questions. I'm happy to take border questions, too, but Tom is here offering his time, so we encourage you to ask him questions. We'll start with our new media seat today. As always, Rogan O'Hanley, former Hollywood entertainment lawyer, I didn't know that, Rogan, who got fed up with the far-left ideologies of California and now posts conservative political commentary online for his more than 7 million followers across all major platforms. He joins us today from the great state of Florida. Why don't you kick us off today, Rogan?
Thank you, Caroline. In Trump's first 99 days, we've seen a coordinated assault on the rule of law by radical judges. We're thwarting his agenda with an unprecedented number of national injunctions, aliens than they did for American citizens who peacefully protested on January 6th. As Stephen Miller has highlighted, it would be utterly ridiculous to have full trials and appeals for the more than 15 million illegal aliens that came across our border under Joe Biden. Many are now calling for Trump to circumvent these radical judges and consider suspending the writ of habeas corpus solely for these illegal aliens in accordance with the terms of Article 1, Section 9 of the United States Constitution, which explicitly allows for such a measure when there is a rebellion or invasion. There's strong precedent for this action, being that it was exercised by 3 of our greatest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, and Democrats' favorite president of all time, FDR. All 3 of which are not only celebrated by historians, but are immortalized on our national currency with their faces on there. Furthermore, all 3 used it against American citizens, where in this instance we would only be using it against illegal aliens. I think almost every reasonable American would agree that 15 million illegal aliens coming across our border under Joe Biden counts as an invasion, especially since many, as you highlighted, are now robbing, assaulting, raping, and killing American citizens. Historic assaults on our republic require reciprocal action from our government. can you please let us know if and when the Trump administration is planning to suspend the writ of habeas corpus to circumvent these radical judges who are infringing on his Article 2 powers and to start shipping out illegals en masse?
I have not heard such discussions take place, but I can assure you that the president and the entire administration are certainly open to all legal and constitutional remedies to ensure we can continue with the promise of deporting illegal criminals from our nation's borders. And I also agree with the premise of your question, which doesn't happen in this room often, but I do agree with yours. It is absurd that the previous administration was allowed to allow 15 million that we know about illegal aliens into this country with very little pushback from our judicial branch. But this president is trying to simply enforce our nation's immigration laws and is facing roadblock after roadblock. So we're complying with court orders, but as Tom Homan has said every day, we're going to continue to forge ahead with this mass deportation campaign, and the president is open to all remedies to do that. Thanks for being here today, Rogan.
If I can also answer your question, as far as the judges, look, we just arrested a judge, Pam Bondi, for impeding ICE enforcement removals. I said from day one, you don't have to support ICE's operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do. Sanctuary cities can stand aside and watch ICE keep their community safe, because any public official, whether you're mayor, city councilman, or governor, their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. And ICE has been clear, we're targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. But I said from day one, you can sit aside and watch, you can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE, you will be prosecuted, judge or not. And as far as releasing so many people, you know why the Biden administration released millions of people in the United States? No one ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the interior of the United States and put them, rather than put them into an ICE bed? Why not put them in an empty ICE bed at $127 a night rather than in a hotel room at $500 a night? They did it on purpose, because when you put them in an ICE detention bed, they get a hearing in 35 days. Court records show 9 out of 10 people claim asylum, get order removal, they're gone. But if you release them and put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, their hearings can be 5, 7, 9 years. You pull out all appeals, and what are they hoping for then? That another Democrat administration is in power. They can award an amnesty to millions. This is about selling this country off for future political power. That's what it was. The law clearly says if you arrive at our border without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not maybe, not think about it, shall. And that's what President Trump's doing. Catch and release is over. That's what the law says, and that's what we've done.
Barry. A question on Abrego Garcia, if I can. The president recently said when it comes to facilitating his release, he's leaving that up to his lawyer. So just to be clear, have there been any negotiations between the U.S. and El Salvador over his release or facilitating his release?
I will tell you what the president of El Salvador told all of you in the Oval Office. El Salvador does not intend to smuggle a designated foreign terrorist back into the United States. He is an El Salvadorian national. That is his home country. That is where he belongs. And the administration intends to comply with what President Bukele said of El Salvador. He does not intend to send that individual back.
So that's a no. There's been no talks.
What I have told you is that the president of El Salvador has made this quite clear. Kate.
Carolyn, can you tell us more about the meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky over the weekend? Did that meeting change anything? Did Trump leave that meeting thinking any differently about negotiations and next steps on this?
Look, the president talked about this after the meeting himself yesterday when he took questions from reporters on Air Force One. He thinks that he is increasingly frustrated with leaders of both countries. He wants to see a permanent ceasefire. I understand Vladimir Putin this morning offered a temporary ceasefire. The president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed. And while he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well. And both leaders need to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this. And I do think that the president meeting with President Zelensky shows that he is exuding a lot of effort and time into this because he wants to be a peacemaker president, which he was in his first term. He intends to do that again. And this is an incredibly difficult situation and conflict that President President Trump inherited from President Biden, who allowed this war to start in the first place, but he's focused on solving this problem. Does anyone have border questions? Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Caroline. If border crossings are at a record low, why should it still be considered an emergency?
It's because of what has happened on the last administration. We got to ensure that not 1 ounce of fentanyl comes across the border to kill Americans. The president has declared the cartels in Mexico a terrorist organization, along with MS-13 TDA. They've killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. It's an emergency till we shut it down. It's an emergency till the cartels are wiped off the face of this earth. President Trump's committed to saving every life. Now, I just mentioned gotaways, 38 yesterday. Who are the gotaways? Where do they come from? We had over 2 million gotaways under Joe Biden's administration. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Under the Biden administration, you pay a cartel this amount of money to cross the border. Cartel's job ends at the border. Just turn yourself in a green uniform. Get released in 24 hours. Get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice. Get a free hotel room. Get 3 meals a day. Get free medical care. Get work authorization 90, 120 days, which is the real reason they came here. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. We've arrested over 400 people on the terrorist watch list coming across the southern border in 4 years. How many of the 2 million came from countries sponsoring terror? Do you think it's zero? Then you're ignorant. This is the biggest national security failure this country's ever seen. This is a border emergency, and we end it, end all of it. We're making good strides, but right now it's still an emergency until we shut it down.
Go ahead. This is a question for Mr. Homan. Late last week, there were 3 U.S. citizen children who were removed with their mothers who were in the United States illegally. There have been a federal judge in Louisiana who was appointed by President Trump said that he was concerned that there was, quote, no meaningful process. Are you concerned that due process, at least for the U.S. citizen children, is being flouted and that the speed at which the enforcement is being done could lead to errors, as was the case in the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case? And then also, if you could give an update on the deportation numbers under this administration and whether you're pleased with them.
First of all, I don't accept the term error in Abrego Garcia. There was an oversight. There was a withholding order. But things have changed. The facts around the withholding order has changed. He is now a terrorist, which means the withholding order set aside. And the gang he was fearing from being removed to El Salvador no longer exists. So the facts around that case are totally different. I'll let the lawyers litigate that. But as far as the 3 USC kids, I'd said from day one that if you enter this country legally, it's a crime. If you remain in this country legally and you ignore a judge's order about deporting, if you choose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in this country legally, you put yourself in that position. You put your family in that position. What we did is remove children with their mothers who requested the children depart with them. This was a parental decision, parenting 101. The mothers made that choice. And I tell you what, if we didn't do it, the story today would be Trump administration separating families again. No, we're keeping families together. So when a parent says, I want my 2-year-old baby to go with me, we made that happen. They weren't deported. We don't deport U.S. citizens. The parents made that decision, not the United States government. But I don't hear any questions about Laken Riley had a mother. She's never going to see her child again. Rachel Morin, she had 5 children. Those children are never going to see their mom again. This administration is doing the right thing. Every public safety threat we arrest in this country and remove them, this country is much safer. So parents will make a decision what happens to their child. Having a U.S. citizen child does not make you immune from our laws. If that's the message we send the entire world, enter the country legally. It's a crime. Don't worry about it. Get order removed by an immigration judge. Don't worry about it. No one's looking for you. And have a U.S. citizen child, and you're immune from our laws, you're never going to fix the border. People will keep putting themselves in harm's way. More women would die. More children would die crossing this border. We got to secure a border by enforcing our laws. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws under statute enacted by Congress, and it's the right thing to do.
Can you give an update on the deportation numbers under this administration?
Mr. Homan. What are you asking for? We just provided the numbers.
On the number of deportations that have occurred under this administration, whether you're pleased with that.
Last number I got was 139,000 deportations. Am I happy with the numbers? Numbers are good, especially if you look at the ICE numbers. The ICE arrest removals are far beyond Biden. But I read the media. Oh, ICE, the deportations are behind Biden administration. Well, why? Because they counted border removals. We don't have 10.5 million people crossing the border. We don't have border removals. So Joe Biden could have deported 5% of his encounters, and numbers will still be higher than us on the border removals because we have a secure border, the most secure border in the history of this nation. Compare apples to apples, ICE arrests and deportations are far more than Joe Biden.
That's right.
Caroline.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Holman, talking about the border wall, can you give us an update as far as how many miles are being built today? And is Mexico paying for it, as the president said they were going to?
Well, first of all, I'll answer that question because I already answered it in my opening remarks. To date, since January 1st, there's been more than 85 miles of new border wall construction in various stages of that construction and planning. The president has made it clear to Congress that we want to see more funding for not just border wall construction, but also to support our ICE agents and our Border Patrol agents who are on the ground facilitating with this mass deportation effort.
So he's clear that Mexico is not going to pay for it? Is that what you're saying?
Let's address that. Trump said Mexico won't pay for the wall. They have in a roundabout way, have they not? Putting 10,000 military on the northern and southern border, taking the action they did remain in Mexico. They didn't have to do that. They're doing it. Putting military on the southern border. Have moved illegal immigration to a record low. We're saving millions of dollars every day on detention, transportation, removal proceedings. We've more than made up for the cost of that wall because of the actions of Mexico. So is Mexico helping build that wall? Yeah, because we're saving so much money, millions of dollars a day, that we can afford to build that wall. So actually, yes, they're helping to build a wall.
John Miller.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Mr. Holman, a question for you. You're the border czar. Can you give an estimate as to how many individuals are in the United States illegally? That's number one, and I'm sure you're very familiar with that number, an estimate. And the second question is, I have a list that the White House put out of individuals, 100 ICE arrests since the beginning of the president's term, and the people are arrested for various very serious crimes: first-degree murder, convicted of rape, convicted of murder and aggravated burglary, sexual assault of a child. How many of the individuals that are in the United States illegally are people like this, really bad people?
Well, first of all, how many illegal aliens I think in the United States? At least 20 million. So where'd you come up with that number? We've been speaking about 12 million for 20 years. We know we got 10.5 that we know of came to the border. How many don't we know of? I talked about known gotaways at 2 million. How many unknown gotaways we have? Like between the Big Bend sector in Texas, where there's no technology, how many 1,000 people dig across through there? We wouldn't know. We would know now. But, you know, so I would venture over 20 million. But your question is, last count, last I looked, there was about 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal charges walking the streets of this country. 700,000. And that's what we're looking for now. That's what we're prioritizing. Them and national security threats.
We'll go to the back row.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
For Mr. Holman, I'm Taylor with Spectrum News. We have a station up in Rochester, New York. It was reported you're visiting there tomorrow. Can you talk a bit about the purpose of your trip? I know the Trump administration is suing the city over its sanctuary city policies, how the executive order Caroline alluded to ties into it, and what your message is for communities and community leaders who say, we're able to establish our own rules here. We're worried about this input from the federal level. Can you talk a bit about that?
Well, the same thing I talked about earlier. I don't think any elected mayor, any elected governor should want public safety threats, those illegally in the United States, public safety threats, walking through the community. And what happened in Rochester, HSI agent called for emergency assistance. Officers of Rochester PD responded to a call from emergency assistance from a federal law enforcement from a federal law enforcement officer. They responded. Then they got disciplined. I don't think anybody can come up with one instance where an ICE agent, a Border Patrol agent, didn't respond to an emergency call from assistance from any law enforcement agency. Cops need to help cops, especially in an emergency situation. But they got disciplined. And I met those officers down in Nashville soon after that. I think it was a couple of days after it. And I told them I stand with them. They did the right thing. Law enforcement responding to emergency assistance from law enforcement. So I'm going up there to support the men and women law enforcement, the men and women who carry that badge and gun every day. They're working the streets at 2 a.m. while we're all sleeping. I'm going to give my support, and they just announced a lawsuit, and that's one of many. Sanctuary City is going to be sued on this administration for flouting immigration law. I mean, the law is clear, and they're violating it, and this administration is going to take actions. I'm going up there to show my support of men and women law enforcement. I started as a cop. And the community, I'm showing support for them. Because the community wants your police officers to be officers too. The communities don't want public safety threats walking around their communities either. And that's what it's all about, and that's why I'm going.
Sure. Mr. Homan, how close are you to housing migrants at U.S. DoD facilities like Fort Bliss in Texas?
Well, we're already housing at Guantanamo. Fort Bliss is being ramped up, so in the very near future. I don't have a timetable because things need to be done, construction needs to be done. We're making sure the facilities are ready to accept. We're making facilities are able to care for the people. They're going to be detained, so I don't know the timeline right now. It changes every day because of various issues, but we're working on it.
Are you intending to hold families there, including families with American citizen children?
Family residential centers are for families. They're not jails, they're open-air campers built for families, which means they have child psychologists, they have pediatricians. And why family residential centers? Because we want to make sure that child is with a parent. Unlike the last administration who stopped DNA testing, many investigations of children being smuggled in the country with some that wasn't related to them claiming to be a parent. So we want to make sure children are with parents. We're going to make sure that's actually a family and that child ain't being trafficked. That's the main reason.
Regarding the executive order on sanctuary cities, is the administration planning to pursue any more investigations or prosecutions like was done against the judge in Wisconsin, against local officials?
Well, we'd have to defer you to the Department of Justice, obviously, for specific prosecutions or cases against individuals. But as I said in my remarks, the executive order the president will sign later this afternoon does direct the Attorney General and also Kristi Noem, our great Secretary of Homeland Security, to provide a list of sanctuary cities in which local officials are not complying with this federal order and are not complying with federal immigration laws. It's quite simple. Obey the law, respect the law, and don't obstruct federal immigration officials and law enforcement officials when they are simply trying to remove public safety threats from our nation's communities. The American public don't want illegal alien criminals in their communities. They made that quite clear on November 5th, and this administration is determined to enforce our nation's immigration laws, and we're happy to provide the text of that executive order, and as I said, the president will be signing it later this afternoon. Sure.
Excuse me. I want to talk about farm workers. The president said earlier this month that there could be leniency for some undocumented farm workers. I'm wondering, where do things stand with that? And I'm also wondering, does that at all undermine his message on immigration, that it's okay for some undocumented people to be in the U.S., but maybe not others?
Well, the president was referring to our H-1B and H-1A visa programs, and there have been no final decisions on that at all. But the president, I think, what he was intended to speak about, what he was speaking about, is ensuring that we have a clean, legal immigration system that is being respected and obeyed. And the mass amount of illegal immigration that we've seen over the past 4 years in our country completely undermines our legal immigration system, those seeking citizenship, but also those coming here on a visa to legally and lawfully work. And the president wants to make sure that those programs are respected. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. My question is for Tom. Tom, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. Over the weekend, ICE arrested 2 illegal immigrants for allegedly stealing Secretary Noem's purse over the weekend. What can you tell us about these individuals' immigration history as well as their criminal history?
I don't have the criminal history, but I know the one that stole the purse is supposedly in the country legally. But, pick the wrong person to steal a purse from. I mean, Secretary Noem's a strong secretary. I know I've been talking about the success of men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE, but under her strong leadership, she's a game changer. So I'm happy to work with her, despite the media I've read that me and Kristi Noem have differences. Me and Kristi Noem are attached at the hip. There's no daylight between us. We're both going to push the president's agenda. She's a strong secretary, and I'm glad she's in here. And I'm glad, but again, that illegal alien, Pick the wrong person, steal person. I'm telling you.
Decision. Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions, one for Mr. Holman, one for you on the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'd like to start with you, though, Tom Holman. This list has a very high number of sexual assaults on a child. Can you comment on that and why there's so many crimes against children committed by illegals in this country?
I don't know why. It's sick. It's the worst crime in the world is when you sexually assault a child. I mean, the most innocent of us all. But that's why I made a statement that one time I was going to go to Boston, bring hell with me, and the media went crazy. At Tom Holman says, we're going to Boston, bring hell with them. I was going to bring hell to illegal aliens that rape children. There's not more of a heinous crime. And as you can see, the amount of child rapists we've arrested under this administration, that could have been arrested under the Biden administration. They were out there. They had their final orders. They were out there, but they didn't go look for them. They were too busy releasing millions of illegal aliens in this country. And the numbers prove it. The removal numbers of criminals was the lowest. ICE had the lowest number of removals in the history of ICE under Joe. At the same time, you had historic illegal immigration on the border. ICE had the lowest numbers in the history of the agency. That shows the difference between two administrations. We're looking for every one of them. People want to know, okay, when am I going to retire for the third time? I'll retire when every public safety threat, national security threat, child rape is eradicated from this country. That's when I'll rest.
Thank you so much. And then, Caroline, really quick. Alex Thompson said at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I'm going to read his quote, President Biden's decline and its cover-up by the people around him is a reminder that every White House, regardless of the party, is capable of deception. We, myself included, miss a lot of this story, and some people trust us less because of it. Can you comment on those remarks and whether you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that assessment from Alex Thompson, who I understand won an award for writing a story months and perhaps years after the American people already knew that story to be true. Millions of Americans watched our mentally incompetent president struggle with his day-to-day duties of this office. We watched our country be ran into the ground as a result, and nobody in the media wanted to write about that, talk about it. There were many reporters, I will say, right-leaning reporters who did talk about that, who didn't get awards, didn't get coverage. In fact, they were lambasted for their coverage. And I remember being on President Trump's campaign, talking about Joe Biden's clear mental incompetence and being accused by people in this room of manufacturing deep fake videos, trying to persuade the public into not believing what they saw with their own eyes for many years. And I think it's about time the legacy media finally admits that was one of the greatest cover-ups and scandals that ever took place in American history. And certainly it did contribute to the decline in the trust that Americans have for the legacy media. Peter, which, by the way, is why we've made many changes to this briefing room in this White House. It's long overdue. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. A few things. You guys arrested a Milwaukee County circuit judge for allegedly helping illegal immigrants get away. As you guys look at other judges, would you ever arrest somebody higher up on the judicial food chain, like a federal judge or even a Supreme Court justice?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. Again, I defer you to the Department of Justice for individuals that they are looking at or individual cases. But let's be clear about what this judge did. She obstructed federal law enforcement who were looking for an illegal alien in her courthouse. She showed that illegal alien the door to evade law enforcement officials. That is a clear-cut case of obstruction. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. And so anyone who is breaking the law or obstructing federal law enforcement officials from doing their jobs is putting themselves at risk of being prosecuted, absolutely.
You guys have at least 18 written trade proposals. We still don't know who they are from or what they contain. What is the holdup with that?
There's no holdup. We're working around the clock. The trade team is working all day. I was on the phone late last night with Secretary Lutnick. I was on the phone this weekend as well with Secretary Bessent. I mean, the entire team is working 24/7 to get these trade deals done. And I think you'll be hearing more about them this week. I don't want to get ahead of the trade team or the president in announcing potential deals, but certainly I can assure the American public that this administration is full speed ahead in cutting good and fair trade deals on behalf of the American worker.
And one more. After the president's Truth Social post, the Browns finally took Shadur Sanders. Does the president think he deserves credit for Sanders getting picked? And does he think going to the Browns is better than being undrafted?
Hey, all I will say is the president put out a statement, and a few rounds later he was drafted. So I think the facts speak for themselves on that one, Peter. We'll go to the back row in the middle, to the blonde. Yes. Hello.
President Trump has said that Secretary Hegseth will get it together. Does he think that Hegseth doesn't have it together right now?
Look, the president has made his position on Secretary Hegseth quite clear. He absolutely has confidence in the secretary's ability to lead the Pentagon. It's why he nominated him for this position. It's why the Senate voted to confirm him in this position. And look at the success that DOD has had thus far. Their successful operation against the Houthi terrorists in the Middle East. You look at the recruitment and retention levels for all branches of our armed forces are on the incline, which is exactly what this president intended to do. Secretary Hegseth has completely wiped out DEI from the Pentagon as well. And so he's going to remain focused on standing up for our war fighters, on implementing President Trump's peace through strength foreign policy agenda abroad, and the president supports him in his role. Sure.
Many are wondering how these 10 or 20 million people are working. Is there some efforts to clamp down on employment because they're working somewhere to keep staying here?
The number of worksite enforcement actions have tripled this year, and it's going to triple again. Because in sanctuary jurisdictions especially, if we can't arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, and they're going to release them into community, that means we go into the community. If we can't arrest them in the community, we'll arrest them at their work site. We got to do what we got to do to arrest public safety threats. There's no sanctuary for public safety threats in this country. So worksite enforcement is going to increase even more than it already has. And another reason for worksite, the last administration stopped worksites. Where's the number one place we find victims of trafficking, victims of forced labor trafficking, and worksites? So not only are we going to enforce law on worksites, we're going to save victims of trafficking. That's another reason we've increased worksite enforcement.
Awesome. Well, go ahead, Brian. Sure. We'll take one more question.
This is for Mr. Holman. We all walk by these heinous yard signs that are along Pebble Beach. What is some of the feedback that your ICE agents are getting in the field from the community as they remove these individuals from their families, their neighborhood, their schools, or all the places in their community? What's been the reaction that your ICE agents have gotten from the people who live amongst these individuals?
The morale of ICE and Border Patrol is at all-time high because they're getting to uphold the oath they took, and they're enforcing the law. Border Patrol and the Biden administration, I met with hundreds of them. They felt like Uber drivers and tourist agents. These men and women joined the ranks of ICE and Border Patrol to enforce the law, make the community safer, and protect national security. I hear it all the time. There's a lot of people in this country who don't like me. I don't care. But when I walk through an airport, I have many people walking up to me and thank me for what I'm doing, and I'm not taking credit for anything. The success of the border and immigration enforcement is President Trump and the men and women wearing that uniform. God bless each and every one of them. But I take a pleasure in seeing it because in 40 years of doing this job, people always want to say, why are you so emotional when you testify? Why are you so emotional on network? Because if they wore my shoes for 40 years, they'd understand why I'm emotional. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 years old that were raped multiple times by the cartel members. And when you get to your knees and you talk to that little girl and everything innocent and pure has been ripped from her, when you listen to the Laken Riley, 17 minutes, that young lady fighting for her life, don't just think, okay, a young woman died. Think of how she died, the terror that she went through, and these children that are sexually assaulted. I stood in the back of a tractor trailer and 19 dead people at my feet that baked to death. Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. And so every sick person we take off the streets, especially child rapists, it makes this country much safer. Every illegal alien we arrest, public safety threat, one at a time makes this country safer. But I got one thing I need to say real quick before I leave.
Take your notes from me, Tom.
Take my notes from me. I'm going to read it. I don't want any misinterpretation of what I'm reading to you. The registration requirements under 8 U.S.C. 1302. If you're illegal alien in the United States, this message is for you. You cannot hide from ICE. We're actively looking for you. Federal law requires every alien in the United States who has been present in the United States for more than 30 days needs to register. For those 14 years or older, you need to be fingerprinted with the Department of Homeland Security. Federal law requires every alien in the United States to tell DHS in writing if you have a change in address within 10 days of changing that address. Failing to register with DHS and failure to tell DHS about your new address are criminal offenses, and they're going to be treated as such. Starting today. Make no mistake, if you're in the country illegally and you fail to do what the law requires, we will prosecute you, you will go to jail, then we'll deport you. Second law, penalties for failure to depart, 8 U.S.C. 1253. If you're an alien inside the United States who has a final order, this message is for you. If you have a final order, the Trump administration is committed to enforcing our immigration laws, especially for those aliens who have received final orders of deportation. There are currently around 1.4 million illegal aliens who have been ordered removed but remain here in violation of the law. We will aggressively prosecute, consistent with long-standing law, those aliens for failing or refusing to depart or who takes other related actions aimed at hindering their removal. You cannot open the door, you cannot answer our questions, you cannot open your car door, you consider to evade law enforcement. If you fail to leave the United States after receiving a removal order, we can and will issue monetary fines up to $998 a day. Evading your arrest, knowing you have a final order of removal, is a criminal offense. We will prosecute, then we'll deport you. Get your affairs in order. If you're in the country illegally, work with ICE, go to CBP One Home app, and leave on your own. Because we have to find you, deport you, and prosecute you. You'll have a bar placed on you, and you won't come back to this country. You won't be able to come back on a visitor's visa, a tourist visa. If you have a U.S. citizen child, can't petition for you. If you're in this country, well, you get your affairs in order and work with us and get yourself removed from this country. That's what the law requires, and we're going to enforce that law.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tom. You can get back to work now. Look, he's already leaving. He's got a lot to do, a lot of illegal immigrants to deport. But thanks, everyone, for joining us bright and early this morning. As I said at the top, we will do this again tomorrow to talk about the economy, which is another promise made and kept by the president. And I'll be joined by the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Today, the president is welcoming the Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Eagles. If we have any Philly fans, that will be at 4 o'clock. And then the president will sign those executive orders I spoke of and a few others at 5 p.m. So we'll see you all later. Have a great day.
Thanks, Caroline.
A busy day at the White House already underway. You just heard from Border Czar Tom Homan, also White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, both talking about border security and the president's deportation plans. Mr. Homan saying that 1.4 million illegals in this country have final orders to be removed from this country. Let's bring in Dr. Gina and David to talk a bit more about that and give reaction to all of what we heard. Guys, there was a lot to take in. We're talking about 45 minutes. That's about how long this news conference lasted, and a lot was discussed there. I think at the very end, though, we really heard kind of the wrap up of everything from Tom Homan when he said illegal aliens need to register and notify ICE of any change of address. He also said you cannot hide from ICE. We are looking for you, David and Dr. Gina. David, we'll start with you, your reaction to what we just heard.
There's got to be more as to what Tom Homan was doing there at the end. We'll have to unpack that as we go forward. What I mean by that is he was reading from a carefully worded statement. My sense of it is there's some legal issues coming up down the road as to why he needed to do that. I'm going to be exploring that with my sources here in the deep state shortly because that was uncharacteristic. Normally, Homan just, shoots from the hip, knows his stuff, and he obviously knows his stuff. But that last part, you don't just go to a prepared statement if there's not a reason for it. And I think there's probably a legal reason for it, Gina. But having said all of that, look, this is 100 Days Week. That's what this really is, right? I mean, so it's going to be themed. And today was immigration. Tomorrow will be the economy. We'll get Bessent out there. They'll get Bessent out there, on Tuesday. Then you got the rally on Tuesday as well. And then Thursday, as I look ahead at the schedule, I'm noticing, and this is, I guess, on background, I can't quite say it officially, but Stephen Miller will be at the podium on Thursday, is my understanding, talking about some achievements during this 100-day mark. Gina, that's what you got.
Dr. Gina, if I can ask you a question to what David said, because I'd love to get your perspective on this. It is 100 Days Week, and apparently the administration is rolling out some of the big players. Do you see this as a victory lap, or is this just to reaffirm that the American people sent President Trump to the White House with the mandate, and President Trump is now rolling out that he hears the mandate and how he's acting on that mandate? How do you see this?
I think it's both, Terrance, and I think that's a great analysis, actually. I think President Trump wants to make sure that the accomplishments of the administration thus far are accounted for, right? Because Americans have short memories, and because there's a media out there incessantly clamoring to say lies, to tout lies about the administration, and to say that what you're seeing and what is happening isn't actually what you're seeing or what is happening. So, and you can tell it. You can tell it by the ridiculously redundant questions from some in the press today. Thank God we finally got to some good ones. But I mean, it's insulting to have someone the caliber of Tom Homan have to stand there and entertain some of these clowns. I'm sorry. I find it insulting. I can't stand it. And the same questions over and over. And Caroline Leavitt has to say, as I already told you, as in my previous statement, as President Trump told you, she opens almost every single sentence with that from the lamestream media, David.
No doubt about it. Hey, guys, let's get some more reaction by bringing in Craig Shirley, of course, our noted historian that's always on the show. Craig, great to have you with us. Well, you saw some of what happened there with Tom Homan. Yeah, good morning. What do you make of this from really a historical perspective? Because, I mean, what the Trump administration is doing here is historic. And it was interesting to me that Tom Homan talked about Barack Obama and Bill Clinton to put in perspective what Joe Biden did not do. He said, look, even Obama and Clinton took it relatively seriously. I mean, to a degree, but Biden was AWOL. Your reaction to some of what we saw?
Well, first thing comes to mind, David, by the way, good morning, everybody, is that, we had a policy in this country called wet foot, dry foot that the 104th Congress put into place. And that is that if you were a Cuban fleeing Castro's murderous communism and you got to America, you were accepted as a citizen. That policy was canceled by Barack Obama. But my question is that if Obama could send Cubans seeking freedom back to Castro to be tortured and killed, why can't Donald Trump send illegals here in the United States back to their countries of origins? I don't understand why anybody's opposing Donald Trump's policies if Obama was able to do it. I think also is that this is why Donald Trump was elected president. This is his signature issue. And doubling down on this is good for the administration, is good for their politics, and is good for their position.
Craig, I'd like you to put on your historian cap once again. I'm not so sure I can remember a time when an administration has really been so engaged in the first 100 days and hosted almost daily events during the week of the first 100 days to reaffirm what it has done. Please help me out. Can you remember anything like this happening in recent memory in particular?
No, but part of the explanation, Terrance, is the form of communications we live in the 20th century. We live in a hyperspeed world of communications between the internet, talk radio, cable television, all various forms of communication. And news is instantaneous now. It used to be, the news was put on at 5 o'clock and then we all went to bed or all watched soap operas or whatever, or sitcoms. But we live in a far, when Reagan was president, when FDR was president, you didn't have talk radio, you didn't have cable television, you didn't have blogs, you didn't have internet news sites. You had the major daily newspapers, the wires, and 3 major networks, and that was it. So, and they dictated when news was covered and when it wasn't covered. So part of it is explanation. I think also is that the alacrity of which this administration, you're absolutely right, they are moving quick. Trump has signed 111 executive orders so far in his first 100 days, and FDR signed 99. Is that the dire condition the country was left in after the disastrous presidency of Joe Biden. We had high inflation and we had unemployment. We had the border out of control. The country was in a terrible mess. And so that's why Donald Trump had to move so quickly. It was to fix the mess that Biden left.
10 seconds, but real quick, FDR was laws, right? With FDR, more laws. I mean, with Trump, there haven't been laws. It's been executive orders. 10 seconds.
There's both laws and legislation, yes.
Yeah, okay. Just double checking that. Craig Shirley, great to have you with us. Great analysis. Thank you.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
All right. Time for T. Bates in Denver. He's got the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
We're less than a minute away from the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. That is going to get this week of trading underway. I can tell you, pre-market trading looking pretty good. If things hold, it's probably going to be a fairly decent day for those of you who are investing. Right now, the Dow, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ are all in the green. Again, that is pre-market trading. You hear the applause and see it right here. RSAC is at the podium, and that means that the opening bell is going to ring here momentarily. And then we'll get a view of just how the markets ultimately are looking here on this Monday, this first day of trading of the week. All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The bell is ringing. All right, he's kind of aggressive with that ring, but the markets are now officially open, and let's see how things are looking. The Dow is still up, just slightly, but still up. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also in the green. Here is our full board. Let's put that up. Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ, and gold are all in the green right now. Silver is flat, and crude oil is down just a little bit. Again, if you're going to be investing today, we hope that it's ultimately going to be a very beneficial day for you. Well, folks, this July, there's going to be a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers, which includes China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars are expected to decrease, bringing down the value of the dollar in your savings. And while this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS nations' objectives to move decisively from theoretical possibility towards inevitable reality could happen. Learn if diversifying your savings into the Birch Gold Group or with the Birch Gold Group is right for you. Birch Gold can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free information kit on gold simply by texting America to the number 989898. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, let the Birch Gold Group arm you with a free, no-obligation information kit on owning gold before July and before the Rio Reset. Again, text the word America to the number 989898 today. Still to come here on American Sunrise, hundreds of illegals in America get caught and arrested in Florida. Why this particular operation was different than usual raids? Find out. Plus, World Pride in Washington, D.C. Not so fast, everyone. Find out what decisions the newly inputted Trump-run Kennedy Center has made to target Pride performances. That story and so much more ahead.
right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina. We thank you for joining us this morning. We also invite you to hop on in our conversation on Getter and Rumble. You think it's fun to watch all this news break? Wait until you see what people who think like you and some who don't think like you have to say about it. The American analysis is always a fun part out there in Getter and Rumble. So join us. Time now to take the political pulse of America. The beat today: should President Donald Trump's mass immigration crackdown? That is the topic. I don't know why I put a should in there. There's no should in there, you guys. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, said on Saturday that a state and federal operation in Florida led to the arrest of almost, get this, 800 illegals over the process of only 4 days. The highly successful operation was hailed as a first of its kind, and it was a partnership between state and its federal partners, they said. And so let's bring in Josh Hammer. He's senior editor at large at Newsweek. Josh, welcome. Josh, this is something that we never would have seen under any Democratic, forget Joe Biden for a minute, we wouldn't see this under any Democrat administration. And I really, frankly, didn't expect to see it to this degree, even under Trump, the Trump administration in the first 100 days. What's your grade of his first 100 days as of Wednesday?
Well, especially focusing on the immigration issue, I think it's an A+ on the immigration issue. I mean, this look, immigration was arguably the number one issue in the 2024 campaign. I mean, it really was immigration, the economy, and inflation were consistently, according to pollsters, the big three issues all election long. I am someone who has long believed that immigration is the single most important issue facing the United States, because it is the one issue that affects literally every area of life when it comes to culture, when it comes to economics, when it comes to national security, when it comes to the most foundational questions in all of politics, namely, who are we as an actual people, as a nation? So I am very much personally an immigration first voter, and I have to say that what I've seen thus far on that particular issue has exceeded even my own expectations there. But to your point, Gina, as well, the Democrats, once upon a time, cracking down on illegal immigration was actually not a particularly partisan issue. Right. I sometimes frequently go back to these clips from the 1990s. There are these clips of like Harry Reid, back when he was the senator from Nevada, talking about ending birthright citizenship for illegal aliens. Bill Clinton, frankly, in the mid-1990s, usually talked a fairly tough game, didn't always walk the walk, but at least would talk the talk when it comes to cracking down on illegal immigration there. The fact that illegal immigration is now a partisan issue there when it comes to the doling out of driver's licenses and people and illegals voting in elections in blue jurisdictions like New York City, that says really everything you need to know about the current state of the Democratic Party and where their priorities lie. Donald Trump's stance on this issue is not just a right-wing stance. It is the common sense stance. It is the stance of the median American. It is a stance that the American people have voted for, and boy, is he delivering on that sentiment.
Josh, let's talk about that 100 days for a quick second as it relates to the report card. Definitely A+ on immigration. What about the economy? What about some other issues? Let's talk about the economy and tariffs specifically. Look, I mean, if you line up MAGA, right, it's everything's A down the line, A. But I'm talking about overall in the country, kind of overall Americans here. How do you see the economy? What grade do you give it, or is it an incomplete at this point?
I think it's incomplete. That definitely is my take on the economy right now. It's a work in progress. Look, I'm not going to shock the audience here by telling you that many of the mainstream pollsters, NBC, Reuters, and so forth, there have Donald Trump's approval rating slipping a little bit as of now compared to where it was as recently as 3-4 weeks ago. But these things take time. I mean, Donald Trump is making a very bold wager. He's placing a very large bet when it comes to the tariff policy. Now, he has already hedged that bet notably. I mean, he really kind of pulled back after the April 3rd Liberation Day Rose Garden press conference. They're now really just kind of doing a China-centric, China-first sort of trade war, something that at least I personally welcome. I think most of his voters welcome there. And we'll see what happens with it there. But at least when it comes to the specific issue of China, David, this is something that really had to happen for a very, very long time. And Donald Trump, to his great credit, he was always outspoken when it came to the issue of China and this notion of trying to integrate China into the global economy. I mean, how many times over the decades, David, were we told that the way to political liberalization in China was through economic liberalization? Bring them into the panoply of nations, welcome them into the World Trade Organization, heck, give them most favored nation status there. And we were told over and over again that this would lead to a best result possible for everyone involved when it came to American manufacturers, American exporters, American consumers, to the Chinese people themselves. It simply has not worked out at all. And Donald Trump, to his great credit, has been speaking out against this for a very long time. So I think it remains to be seen there. Well, I personally tend to be cautiously optimistic when it comes to it. But again, these things take time. But here's what I will say. I mean, I saw a headline just on Friday, I think it was, that Apple is announcing that they're going to move a lot of their manufacturing parts for iPhones, computers from China to India. That is exactly the sort of policy when it comes to either reshoring or what the people in economics called ally shoring. So basically, you take it out of a hostile country, the supply chain, and move it to an ally. So India or Philippines or Vietnam as opposed to China there. That's exactly the sort of thing that the tariff policy is supposed to do. So the early indications when it comes to companies like Apple, NVIDIA, the American computer electronic manufacturer, is now announcing a massive investment here in the United States there. The early indications are that I'm seeing signs for optimism there. But yes, as of this moment, I think it is incomplete.
Josh, I'm going to continue to beat the first 100 days horse right now, so I apologize if you're tired of answering questions about it. But the reality is that these first 100 days really have been President Trump's roadmap for what he expects, I think, for the rest of his presidency. But part of that, and I kind of describe, I liken this to President Trump is George Washington at the front of the boat, and Congress are the rowers right now. And part of the rowing that Congress is going to have to do is making sure that the funding is in place for President Trump to move his agenda forward. Congress is back at work right now. How do you see that ultimately playing out, and how quickly do you believe Congress is going to get a budget passed to help President Trump really move that agenda forward?
Well, this is most important, I believe, frankly, when it comes to the issue of DOGE and trying to actually solidify these budgetary cuts that Elon Musk and his wonderful team of nerds have basically identified there. The only way to actually make that stick in the mid to long term is to actually get it into the congressional appropriations, the annual budget process there. And, you know, at the risk of stating the obvious, Congress does not exactly have its house in order when it comes to the notion of passing budgets. I couldn't even tell you the last time that Congress actually did the appropriations process the correct way, where you go through committee by committee, have an annual budget there. It just seems like these days it's just one continuing resolution after the next until the next so-called debt crisis or whatnot there. So I tend to have very little confidence, unfortunately, especially given the fact that Republicans have a razor-thin majority in the U.S. House. We all know that's, you know, for example, why Elise Stefanik was pulled from the UN ambassador, because Republicans were too concerned that there was some chance they might lose that election in upstate New York there. So the margins are really, really, really tight there. There's not a whole lot of room for error. But what that means that it is imperative, it is incumbent upon Donald Trump supporters to put the pressure on Mike Johnson, on John Thune. Make sure that you guys are taking these very real cuts that people like Elon Musk and his team have identified there, and make sure that this is reflected in the budget process as much as possible. When you actually start explaining the kind of cuts we're talking about here, when it comes to funding DEI initiatives in the Congo or gender ideology in Indonesia, whatever, I mean, when you start explaining the kind of things that Elon Musk and DOGE are cutting there, then suddenly the American people are like, oh, wow, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We should not have it in the budget there. So just communication, messaging, explain what is being identified here, and then put the pressure, politically speaking up with the phone lines, emails, and so forth. There are all the activist tools at our disposal to make sure that Mike Johnson and John Thune hear the message.
We've all heard about the FBI arresting Wisconsin Judge Hannah Dugan for obstruction in the immigration case. FBI Director Kash Patel says Dugan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from an illegal who was set to be arrested. You know, I just don't understand how you can defend, how the media is defending this judge who was very obviously skirting the law, very obviously going against what is legal. If it were in any other scenario, right, aside from illegal immigration, I don't think anyone would be questioning that she couldn't act like this.
You know, how many times have we heard over the past few years that no one is above the law? I got so sick of hearing this. I just wanted to end up puking like the next time I heard some leftist talking head or Rachel Maddow or someone say, no one is above the law. No one is above the law there. I mean, it's funny how no one is above the law when it comes to the unprecedented, 4 different jurisdiction prosecution of a former president of the United States and your chief political opponent. But now suddenly when a state judge is brazenly and unambiguously trying to subvert federal immigration law, oh, suddenly someone actually is above the law. But to your point, yeah, I mean, let's take another example. Let's just say hypothetically that a state judge doesn't do this, but decides to just go into the local tavern and just shoot, the guy who is like sleeping with his wife or whatever there. I mean, would they say that, oh, you can't prosecute that judge in that case for murder? Actually, there was actually a terrible situation in a small town Kentucky last year where something very similar to this happened, actually. A state court judge actually shot someone dead. That judge is now being tried for some level of homicide. So, I mean, this obviously is exactly what has to happen there in terms of federal law trumping state law in this case there. Article 6 of the Constitution makes very clear that the Constitution and federal laws are supreme. Last I checked, actually, this nation fought a very bloody civil war, actually, in the 19th century to establish that principle, namely that federal law is supreme to state law. Secessionism, states' rights only goes to a certain extent there. You can't subvert federal law. That's obviously what this judge was trying to do there. So I just say 2 thumbs up to DHS, Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, and frankly the entire administration for establishing, as Abraham Lincoln frankly did in the 1860s, that federal law is supreme to state law. That is a foundational principle in this country there, and leftist hypocrisy when it comes to no one is above the law frankly knows no bounds.
Bringing the energy and the receipts. Josh Hammer, thank you for being with us.
My
Phenomenal.
pleasure.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
All right, tax day may have already passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every single day you wait will only make things worse. So over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily, and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments. The IRS applying pressure at all levels, and levels we haven't seen really in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. But there is good news, you guys. There's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, or even if your books are a mess, they have it covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you right back on track and fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free. And acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed the April 15th deadline, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes their next move. All right, you guys, guess what? We'll be right back. Don't go away. We want you here.
Let's spill some tea. All right, let's spill some tea, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company. Make sure to go to artilleryteaco.com and use the promo code America's Tea for 25% off your first order. Artillery tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. Make sure to go to artilleryteaco.com and use the promo code America's Tea for 25% off your first order. Time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today, the White House Correspondents Association actually had an unlikely truth teller among them. Journalist Alex Thompson, a reporter from Axios, called out his colleagues for looking the other way on former President Biden's mental decline while accepting an award at the White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend, also known as Nerd Prom. Thompson's reporting took a deep dive into Biden's disastrous debate performance against President Trump, and he says the press, quote, fell short of covering the full story. Take a look.
One serious note. To my bones, I believe that reporting and the White House Correspondents Association is as necessary as ever. President Biden's decline and its cover-up by the people around him is a reminder that every White House, regardless of party, is capable of deception. But being truth tellers also means telling the truth about ourselves. We, myself included, missed a lot of this story, and some people trust us less because of it. We bear some responsibility for faith in the media being at such lows. I say this because acknowledging errors builds trust, and being defensive about them further erodes it. We should have done better.
All right, let's bring in Dr. Gina, David, and Terrance for more here. I mean, you guys, I think it's great to see this guy coming forward and being honest and saying, yes, we fell short of covering the full story here, but is this just too late? I mean, how do you actually build trust again, Terrance, in these organizations that covered this so poorly for 4 years?
Well, you build trust by moving forward and doing the right thing. You build trust by moving forward and telling the truth and being objective, regardless of party, regardless of your personal political affiliation or political leanings. You tell the truth, you talk about the facts of the issue, and you ask probing but fair questions. That's how you do it. I appreciate the fact that he took accountability and said, yeah, I fell short as well. But now the American people are owed a debt, and that debt starts with telling the truth, with doing the right thing, with covering whatever the issue is from a factual basis and from an objective basis, David.
Well, obviously, I agree with all of that. Sadly, about 20% of the crowd probably agrees with you, Terrance. And that's why about 20% or so applauded. Look, when it comes to Trump, you know what this has been about? The truth of the matter is that it's not just TDS. You know, we always say TDS. It's not just that. I mean, the truth is that Trump is pushing the boundaries of traditional and establishment media and politics and everything. And they don't like it because he's upsetting the apple cart, and they have an agenda and he's getting in their way. And that's the number one thing.
You don't get to completely fail at your job when it matters, and then turn around and say, oh, I'm sorry. Let's start today doing a good job at our job. No, you're fired in my mind. The American public better not fall for this manipulation tactic. It is not okay to be objective now. He should have been objective when it mattered. They are all fired in my mind. They don't have jobs anymore in the minds of, I think, most MAGA patriots out there. And I don't mean to speak for anyone, but this is what I hear. They are persona non grata. They will never be trusted again. There is nothing they can do to reestablish that. Cede your job to someone who did their job, meaning people like us here in independent media. Cede your job to the folks who actually did their jobs then and who were critical and who were taking a hard look. Yeah.
I mean, and let's be clear, they created the vacuum. their lies and the fact of the matter is they didn't do their job. And because of that, they created a vacuum. And here we are in a 4-box, in the quad box. And we're talking about this right now. Normally, we would not be doing that if they had done their job. But there was a need for shows like ours.
Yeah, but they don't get to just say, oh, whoops, we're sorry, we're going to do better now. No way. I hope the American public will have none of that.
Yeah, Gina, I think you're absolutely right. That trust is just completely gone for some people. No chance of building it back. And I think it's because there's just zero accountability for all of these lies, all of these cover-ups for 4 years. And it's going to be hard to reestablish themselves.
I think we just saw someone trying to take accountability. Now, if you choose not to excuse it, if you choose not to forgive it, that's fair. That's fair. But I think you at least saw an attempt from someone to try to take accountability. Is it too late? We can have that argument. I think, and I think it's a fair criticism. But I do believe if we're going to be objective about the situation, there was at least an attempt at accountability.
But
now your
where's
actions
the cost?
have to follow
Where's
that
the
up.
cost, Terrance? Nobody ever goes to prison. Nobody ever gets fired. Where's the cost? There's no cost. You can't just say I'm sorry and I do nothing about it. If you really are sorry, then you know what? Quit. Cede your job to someone who does a good job. That's my
apology. Might not be enough accountability. Maybe someone needs to get fired. All right, we'll be right back, you guys. Great discussion. Stick around for more on American Sunrise.
Look at those fried eggs right there. That looks so good. By the end of the show every morning, I don't know about y'all, but I am starving. Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina. Thanks so much for joining us today. It is now time for our sunny side up. And in the pan today, my Cheerios, by the way, notwithstanding to whoever said that in the chat. I was laughing so hard. This is a heartwarming retirement for Holly the dog, as she recently celebrated her last shift as the very important cuddle manager at a children's hospital in Liverpool, England. Watch this send-off. Now, this Holly, this little Labrador, not so little Labrador retriever, has been a registered therapy dog for the last 8 years. She's been giving lots and lots of puppy cuddles to tens of thousands of patients, families, and staff at the Alder Hey Hospital. Monday, April 15th, she marked her 500th trip to the hospital. And as you just saw, she got a very nice party to celebrate her retirement. Now, her owner, Barry, says, I think the time has come for her to put her paws up and smell the biscuits. And I couldn't agree more. Congratulations, Holly. I hope she gets lots of biscuits.
I'm sorry.
Now, since it's in Britain, is it doggy biscuits or is it actually cookies? Because don't the Brits call what we call cookies biscuits?
Yes, I think you're right. That's a great point, Terrance. It's spoken like a true reporter. He's going to ask
only the fat guy would think of that. Only the fat guy of the show would think of that. My bad. I'm going to put myself in timeout. My bad.
You guys, great show today. Thanks to all of you, especially for joining us. We have so much more for you every morning. It all starts right here at 8 a.m., 7 a.m. with Jake Novak's early show. War Room is up next. Hug your children, love your God. You go boldly now and live the truth.
A new ABC News Washington Post poll finds that Trump's economic approval stands at 39% versus 61% who disapprove. Just 2 months ago, before announcing his wide-ranging tariff plan, 45% had approved, with 53% disapproving. That's a real drop. The latest AP NORC poll finds Trump 24 points underwater on the issue of the economy, while the latest New York Times Siena College poll finds Trump 12 points underwater on that issue. The poll also finds that Trump's pursuit of widespread tariffs opposed by 55% of voters and 63% of independents.
If you look at this right here, if you look at some of the issues, what is fueling this right now, it shows us really across the board right now. And if you look at where he was in mid-February and you look where he is right now, he is underwater on every issue from a minimum of 3 percentage points to a maximum of 9 percentage points, specifically when it comes to inflation in the economy, as you point out, which is supposed to be his, his expertise at this point. What is also interesting, just overall, too, Sarah, is that he is down 7 points from late February, as we note him being an all-time low. That is an amazing drop in such a short period of time. So Donald Trump right now is having to deal with some of this, some of the fallout with the reality that many of his programs that he's trying to institute and many of his cuts that he's trying to institute are just not taking hold.
One thing that was not on the screen that has been rumored that I have to ask you about is, should the American people expect an increase in the top marginal tax rate? There have been some reports out there that the Trump administration is looking at pushing the top tax rate for those making over $1 million back up towards 39-40%. Is that something that we should expect from a Republican bill?
I would not expect that. We have been working against that idea. I'm not in favor of raising the tax rates because our party is the group that stands against that traditionally. So there were lots of ideas thrown out on the table along this process over the last year. But I would just say for everybody, just wait and see. There's more details coming, and I think you're going to be very pleased by what you see. I don't think we're raising taxes on anybody. What we're trying to do is prevent the largest tax increase in U.S. history.
Before we let you go, we want to get your reaction to something that just occurred. The White House has put up about 100 posters of what they say are unauthorized immigrants who have been arrested for violent crimes. You can see them there. They put them up on the driveway of the White House. If you look here, that's the West Wing just at the forefront, the Executive Mansion itself to the left. But what's particularly noteworthy about this location is it is right directly behind the positions where TV correspondents do their hits from the White House lawn. So therefore, no matter what network you're on, that includes MSNBC, if you're doing a hit from the White House right now, those pictures will be behind you. The White House doing a briefing in about a half hour about what they're doing here. Maria, your response to this image.
So I have to say, one of the biggest challenges that we have with the deportations that we know of so far, for example, with Kilmer Abrego Garcia, we don't know if they've had due process. We don't know if, in fact, these individuals do have a rap sheet. So I would encourage those individuals that have that as a backshot to blur those people out. The job of journalism is to ensure that we are presenting the facts, that we are cross-referencing. We know that PolyFact actually checked the Trump administration because of an earlier picture that they released on Kilmer, recognizing that it was altered, that it was false, that they had placed gang signs, tattoos on him that weren't real. And so I would really, the press right now, we are absolutely under attack. Our job is always to have our true north, to make sure that we're presenting balanced news, and making sure that we are not putting folks that are potentially in danger, and having that representation of those pictures in the background. We can't allow that to basically for us to carry the water of potentially innocent people. So I would encourage, I recognize live shots are tough, but I would encourage folks to actually make sure that those shots are blurred to the best of your abilities.
Well, first of all, how many illegal aliens I think in the United States? At least 20 million. People say, where'd you come up with that number? We've been speaking about 12 million for 20 years. We know we got 10.5 that we know of came to the border. How many don't we know of? I talk about known gotaways at 2 million. How many unknown gotaways we have? Like between the Big Bend sector in Texas where there's no technology, how many 1,000 people did across through there? We wouldn't know. We would know now. But, so I would venture over 20 million. But your question is, last count, last I looked, there was about 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal charges walking the streets of this country. 700,000. And that's what we're looking for now. That's what we're prioritizing, them and national security threats. The registration requirements under 8 U.S.C. 1302. If you're illegal alien in the United States, this message is for you. You cannot hide from ICE. We're actively looking for you. Federal law requires every alien in the United States who has been present in the United States more than 30 days needs to register. For those 14 years or older, you need to be fingerprinted with the Department of Homeland Security. Federal law requires every alien in the United States to tell DHS in writing if you have a change in address within 10 days of changing that address. Failing to register with DHS and failure to tell DHS about your new address are criminal offenses, and they're going to be treated as such. Starting today. Make no mistake, if you're in the country illegally and you fail to do what the law requires, we will prosecute you, you will go to jail, then we'll deport you. Second law, penalties for failure to depart, 8 U.S.C. 1253. If you're alien inside the United States who has a final order, this message is for you. If you have a final order, the Trump administration is committed to enforcing our immigration laws, especially for those aliens who have received final orders of deportation. There are currently around 1.4 million illegal aliens who have been ordered removed but remain here in violation of the law. We will aggressively prosecute, consistent with long-standing law, those aliens for failing or refusing to depart or who takes other related actions aimed at hindering their removal. You cannot open the door. You cannot answer our questions. You cannot open your car door. You consider it to evade law enforcement. If you fail to leave the United States after receiving a removal order, we can and will issue monetary fines up to $998 a day. Evading your arrest, knowing you have a final order or removal, is a criminal offense. We will prosecute, then we'll deport you. Get your affairs in order. If you're in the country illegally, work with ICE, go to CBP One Home app, and leave on your own. Because we have to find you, deport you, and prosecute you. You'll have a bar placed on you, and you won't come back to this country. You won't be able to come back on a visitor's visa, a tourist visa. If you have a U.S. citizen child, can't petition for you. If you're in this country, get your affairs in order and work with us and get yourself removed from this country. That's what the law requires, and we're going to enforce that law.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Monday, 28 April, year of our Lord 2025. How does the president start off the week of his 100 days? He has Tom Homan
do a presser. Caroline Levitt and Tom Homan started 8:30 this morning with a double-barrel shotgun blast. Dave Bratt's riding shotgun today. I love for the first hour, Harnwell for second hour. Bratt, I love Tom Homan. Get your affairs in order, right? Because you're leaving the yard. They throw down hard. This is where president's already stopped the invasion of the country. Now it's time to reverse it. Homan says, hey, there's 20 million. We're just focused on the 10 million that are here under Biden. Let's get that done first. But Homan, I think, is focused in, and they've got the want ads. They got the wanted. I think 100 or 200 signs at back of the mainstream media so they can't avoid it. They got to talk about it, right? Up in your grill. Happy White House Correspondents' Weekend to you.
No, it's a beautiful thing. The rule of law is just what it says, and we've just got the press, the mainstream media always talks about inclusivity, caring about everyone. The Pope over the weekend, inclusivity for all the voices. The only voice, though, that's not been listened to is the American people.
Slow down. The Pope inclusivity? What are you talking about?
Oh, the mainstream media. That's the way.
Yes. Inclusivity, another mainstream media propaganda lie, yes.
Yeah. No, they put him forward as Mr. Inclusivity. The Vatican's got walls. We don't need to go over it, but his remarks, and even in his funeral, the Vatican couldn't resist putting in a mark about.
I took a couple of shots at Trump.
Building bridges.
No, in the homily they took a shot right at the president.
Trump's building bridges to the rest of the world. He's going to end up saving Europe from itself. He's going to save the world. He's going to save this country. Yeah. He's going to save the American worker through manufacturing, and there's no competing plan. The mainstream media is just continually deconstructing everything. They're incapable of constructing a positive vision. And so Homan, thank God we got a few patriots left. You follow the law. And these judges, these court cases coming up. Trump was funny the other day on the news. He said, I think this is going to be kind of like another men in the women's locker room issue. These judges
100%.
And going down to
lock them up. A judge sitting there letting an illegal alien go, and the FBI's out in the lobby. She knows it lets it go. Lock her up.
And we got a Democrat congressman who was a friend of mine when I was in. He's one voice. He said, "I don't think this is the guy to go save." Right? The guy.
The guy's a human trafficker. John Solomon and Michael Patrick Leahy. Yeah. And the team, Benzman, have proven he's a human trafficker. But it's emblematic of what they want to do. We're pretty packed today. I want to talk about Canada. Got Viva Fry here. Also, Mark Mitchell saying this polling is a psyop. Also, yesterday in Fareed Zakaria's GPS, the show on Saturday. Yeah, he had Zandy, the head of The Economist. She was on. But it also had Ray Dalio. And Dalio kept talking. They would ask Zandy something. She would give all this kind of, Trump's this, trade this, all this kind of superficial. Ray Dalio, who I'm no fan of, and he's no fan of War Room, he would come back with pure War Room. This model's unsustainable. Yeah. You're spending $2 trillion every 100 days, another $1 trillion. Fareed Zakaria could not wait to cut this guy's mic off. Right. It's pretty amazing. We'll see it. Okay, let's go to we have an open for Viva Fry on Canada. Let's play today's election day. And whether you should call it the Great White North, the old TV show, the old comedy show. Let's go ahead and play Viva Fry is open.
Have you taken any steps to carry out President Trump's plans, as he has said he would like to annex Canada? Have you taken any steps in that direction?
No, I think what the president has said, and he has said this repeatedly, is he was told by the previous prime minister that Canada could not survive without unfair trade with the United States. At which point he asked, well, if you can't survive as a nation without treating us unfairly in trade, then you should become a state. That's what he said. They'll have their elections this week. They're going to have the new leader, and we'll deal with the new leadership of Canada. There are many things we work with cooperatively on Canada on, but we actually don't like the way they've treated us when it comes to trade. And the president has made that point when he responded to the previous prime minister in regards to this.
So does the U.S. still want to make Canada the 51st state?
I think the president has stated repeatedly he thinks Canada would be better off as a state.
Now, it's unclear if former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau actually ever made that statement to Trump that Rubio claims, but the current Prime Minister, Mark Carney, whose party is now poised to win today's election, well, he's pushed back on the idea of the United States ever taking over Canada, saying in a recent press conference, quote, "To be clear, as I've said to anyone who's raised this issue in private or in public, including the president, it will never happen."
Okay, Viva Fry, Viva, just give me a heads up because we got to go to break right here, right? I got that clock right? Okay, I just want to make sure. Viva, you hang on. We're going to talk about Canada, and we're going to talk about if the quote-unquote populists had gone more Trump, we would have a better outlook on today. A little cloudy up there in Canada. Carney, I can't believe you're going to elect that Goldman Sachs guy. Electing her. Who elects Goldman Sachs guys in this day and age? Short commercial break. Viva Fry on the other side.
So I suggest you take a look inside. 'Cause I think you changed already. You went and lost your pride. But I'm American made. I got American heart. I got American faith in America.
Jonathan, in the Greater Toronto area. And first of all,
if you've talked to Canadians or gone to Canada since Donald Trump took over, you know this. They are stung. They feel betrayed about the treatment, not just the tariffs, but the talk of annexation, because they're obviously a sovereign country. They can't understand why their best friend to the south, a place where they travel to, and any Canadian with like $5 in the bank has a condo in Florida or Arizona, and they can't understand for the life of them why they're being treated like this now. Politically speaking, this has gone from a sure thing for the Conservative Party to take back power for the first time in a decade to a certainly tilt liberal race, almost entirely because of Donald Trump. Here's why. The conservative standard bearers in a jam. A third of conservative Canadians kind of like Donald Trump. Most of the country can't stand him. But the conservative is squeezed between the conservative base of his party, especially out west in the western provinces, who do like Trump, and the rest of the country who hates Trump. So he can't criticize Trump directly like you saw Mark Carney, the liberal, did there, and then sort of put the conservative in a vice. And then secondly, Jonathan, what's fascinating about this race is
we're a Bob and Doug McKenzie when you need them, right? The famous duo of the Great White North. Viva Fry. Tell me what's going on up there, because I tell you, if Carney does happen to pull this out, the progressives are going to use this as the flag they plant to say, okay, this is the international, the Americans, the Democrats are too screwed up. The progressive movement here is too far gone. But the international liberal order will come to the rescue to save the world. They'll start in Canada, and you'll start to see the big universities overseas backing Harvard and the Ivies. This will lead to institutional support. So this is what they're going to consider their rally point will be today. Your thoughts are, why have the quote-unquote populist not really run as a fire-breathing populist? Is Canada just too nice? You just got to be too nice up there, sir?
Well, that analysis was pretty on point in that there's a substantial base of the conservatives up in Canada who do like Trump or don't have a problem with him, but there's a substantial portion that are as brainwashed as the liberals as relates to Trump. And so Pierre, he had a fine line to walk, but it's a line that I don't think he had to walk in the first place, because he could have just stayed silent on Trump and leveled all of his attacks and blame against the liberals in terms of blaming whatever Trump tariffs and threats of annexation Trump was issuing, blame it on the liberals because it was a result of 10 years of failed liberal policy. I don't think this will start a cascade of liberalism or the liberal world order worldwide. I do think Canada is something of an anomaly in their opposition to or reluctance to embrace populism. We see populism thriving in Europe, albeit, it's struggling, but it's thriving in Romania, South America, Brazil. We see it. My level of being flabbergasted is how much resistance there is to the populist movement in Canada. And I think it has to do with having a media that is totally corrupt and totally captured by the government, that basically acts as their watchdogs, and they're lapdogs and not their watchdogs. And so you have the media convincing everybody in Canada that their woes are the result of 3 months of tariff threats and discussion of annexation and not a decade of liberal devastation. And Pierre fumbled the ball in terms of making sure Canadians understood where that blame should lie. But we'll see today. If the Liberals win, let alone a minority, but I say heaven forbid a majority government, if they win a majority government, I do predict that it's going to lead to the breakup of Canada, not a liberalist New World Order. It's going to lead to Alberta moving to secede from Canada, because you've got a bunch of liberal, environmental, panicking, anti-science nutbags who are exploiting Alberta for its resources while crippling Alberta's ability to exploit its resources, stealing their money, spreading it throughout Canada to the have-not provinces. And Alberta's going to say, we've had enough of this. Quebec and Ontario dictating the politics of the land and exploiting us while crippling us. So I think it'll lead to the breakup of Canada if the Liberals get a majority. But I'm still mildly optimistic that Pierre can eke out a minority Conservative government, and one can only hope he manages to get a majority Conservative government. But that's looking very, very unlikely.
Okay, as we go through the day, we'll try to get you back on. What should we be looking for? What are going to be the tells that, because right there, a liberal majority government, you said, leads to a breakup of Canada and Alberta with all its resources and kind of, I would say, cowboy culture. I take it become independent or maybe even associate with the United States of America?
Oh, the move to secede. Like, hey, if Canada finds the 51st state offensive, Albertans certainly don't. And so whether or not they secede, and it leads to Quebec seceding. Quebec tried twice under ordinary circumstances. It'll lead to the breakup, balkanization of Canada. But what to look for today, we've just got to wait until the results trickle in. And the East typically goes liberal. If it goes less liberal, then we'll be more optimistic for the rest of Canada. But it's just wild that after a decade of literal devastation, everything is worse in Canada, regardless of how you want to frame it. After a decade of this, 3 liberal governments, people in Canada are sufficiently propagandized and ignorant and politically amnesiac that they're going to vote for the Liberals a 4th time. It's enraging as far as I'm concerned, watching it transpire from down here. And I don't understand what it takes to wake up Canadians to the fact that it's the Liberals and not Trump that is the source of their problems.
Viva, how can people follow you today? What's your social media? And we'll get you back on to Stephen. What's your social media that people follow you during the day?
So Viva Fry on Rumble, and I'll be live. I got my daily lineup on Rumble at 4 o'clock. I'll be live streaming the results tonight, and the Viva Fry on Twitter, and vivabarneslaw.locals.com is our locals community. So I'll be live all day. I'm tweeting my needles at the Liberals. You know, elbows up. It's really funny when you're being held up at gunpoint because crime in Canada is at basically a decade high because of Liberal policies. Gun violence is at a high despite all of the gun laws that the Liberals have implemented on law-abiding citizens. So elbows up, Canadians. Go vote for the Liberals. You're abusers yet again.
Elbows up. Viva Fry. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. 4th time. Think about that. They'll vote him in for a 4th time. Yep. The Trump derangement system syndrome north of the border is something to behold. When you got Castro's sons been there and destroyed the country. Although, not so sure that the populace ran a fire-breathing campaign. You should have had those conservatives sitting there saying, "Hey, look, this is not Trump's problem. This is not Trump's fault." Let's see. We got Mark. So Mark Mitchell, Rasmus, you're known as the person that can poll MAGA, and one of the best analytic people following the president and his everything associated with the MAGA movement. All I hear all weekend and on Drudge and everywhere is polls, the lowest in 100 years, the lowest in human history, 39%, 41%, 40%. Every issue, immigration, right, which he basically sealed the border in 60 days. On immigration, on economy, on everything. This awful, upside down, 70-30 against, 60-40 against. Although all those issues still seem to be pretty popular with the people in the United States. What say you, sir?
You know that meme with the cat and the tinfoil hat? Every day I wake up and there's another psyop. That's exactly what's happening right now. They have nothing else. They have no political power. And so all they have is to just rail against Trump. And after the election, I had an honest question about, well, maybe they'll finally put getting into the black ahead of propaganda. And it looks like they haven't. And it's because they're shills for the establishment, and they're going to continue to shill for the establishment. But you're spot on. The reason Trump got elected is because his policies were more popular than he was, overwhelmingly so. And we've measured it so many different ways, but I have a new fresh one to read to you here. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? You can't just free the criminals and think crime is going to go down magically. You have to imprison criminals so you can liberate 350 million Americans that are asking for the end of crime and the end of terrorism. That's Nayib Bukele quote. 66% of U.S. likely voters agree, 43% strongly, only 20% disagree, only 99% strongly disagree. So Americans overwhelmingly see what's happening on the news. They're like, oh, sweet, illegal aliens are getting deported. And so all they have to do is try to undermine this guy's approval rating. But it's not going to work after Biden. And we poll every night. I think we're the ones that people should pay attention to because we've done more approval polling than any other pollster. And we've been pretty good as far as elections go, too. I mean, we've disproven this whole Rasmussen leans right thing. And if you look at the polling, take the first 6 months of Obama and set that aside, right? Because something different was going on there, the great financial collapse, recovery, and a whole bunch of cultural zeitgeist. If you set that aside, in our numbers, Trump pretty much polls like Obama did. And Biden does not. He's like 4 or 5 points on average lower than everybody else. And I'll tell you what, our Biden approval is higher than everybody else. So here's the thing. 2 or 3 years ago, everybody be like, oh, look at Quinnipiac. They have Biden approval at a 33%. Well, no, Biden approval wasn't at 33%. Quinnipiac just sucks. So don't quote him now if you're trying to do a story about Trump approval. Trump came in north of 50. He's at 47%, underwater 5 right now. The Real Clear Politics aggregates, underwater 7. So about 2 points to the left of me where it should be. And that's what happens. That's what happens to presidents. They have a honeymoon. It goes away. Trump's going to probably hang around 50%. But it's like, okay, well, let's focus on the economic issues. And voters overwhelmingly say, no, the economy isn't about the stock market. It's about jobs by almost a 4-to-1 margin. They actually rate him pretty good. We asked in the middle of the stock market crisis, and Donald Trump pulled out a 44% excellent or good as a rating on the issue of the economy, and also trade. He's in the 40s too. Those are higher than any issue ever in all of our polling that Biden was rated on. It just was. His best issue is national security. Trump's worst issue blows Biden out of the water.
Hang on one second. I want to keep you around. Dave, Brett, and I are going to have some repartee and some questions for you. This is quite important. The best pollster of the MAGA movement and Trump. What's so bad about saying you lean right? Don't you lean right? Mark? There's worse things to be said. Short commercial break. Birch Gold, now more than ever. By the way, as Dave Bratt's going to tell us, the worst April in the history of the stock market since the Great Depression. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 10 days ago, that blaring headline in every show, that's all they talked about? Stock market's made it all back, I think.
Yeah, and up.
And up.
Yep.
And maybe a tad up. Suck on that, CNBC. Birch Gold. Birchgold.com/Bannon. End of the dollar empire. Get it today. It is all free.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's a Monday. Let's get to work. Go to Birch Gold. Take your phone out. Text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 989898. We're trying to make you smarter. By the way, I was so honored to be at Hillsdale to give a talk on Thursday, and then had a great opportunity to have Chris Caldwell and Chris Leonard, my favorite book, The Lords of Easy Money, joined us out in Kansas City. He's Kansas City, and had Sean Davis from the Federalists, just some fantastic people. One thing I got the entire time was tremendous compliments on the War Room audience. The power and stroke you have. One of the reasons is you're learned up. You've gone up the learning curve. Bannon at 989898. Text it. You go to Birch Gold. You get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the era of Trump. Boom. Get it today. Make sure you understand what's going on, particularly the dollar as a prime reserve currency. That may come back to bite us, but you're going to be ahead of the curve. Trust me. We're going to have Ray Dalio on here with Fareed Zakaria. Do you buy Mark Mitchell's thesis that not that they're the best pollster, but the fact that this is essentially a psyop? Yeah. That because it's come out in unison. It's hitting wave after wave after wave. Trump's unpopular. Yeah. Although the issues and the job he's done on some of the. Remember, Langford had a bill in front of us 2 years ago. Where you sat right here and we went through it. It would take us a decade. We spent another $100 billion to do what Trump did in 60 days. Yeah. Seal the border, right? And now you got Tom Homan up there today saying, hey, get your affairs in order, because if you're still here when we track you down, it's going to be a criminal penalty. Yeah. It's a psyop. It's what's covered and what's not covered. Can you imagine if the mainstream media went after the cell phone records of every Democratic politician and every secretary under President Biden and tracked them on national defense issues and whatever? They were working against the country on national defense issues. Our guys are all patriots and Cub Scouts doing good, and here and there you make a technical mistake or whatever. But yeah, what's covered versus what's not covered. I looked up a few stats with the Canada news. They won't cover any of this, right? Canada's government as a percentage of GDP, right? So they have a huge government. Canada's 43%. Their government's 43% of their GDP, of their economy. The UK is the same. That's why they're tanking. The US is 37, nothing to be proud of. And then percent. Nothing to be proud of. We're tanking too. You can't be at 37. Too much. Right. Too big. And then Christian, only 53% in Canada. US is still at 67. I think it's a hair higher than that. But those are also correlated. And so we saw with the Pope, no one's in the pews in Europe, and their economies are tanking. I ran regressions on this stuff 35 years ago when you weren't allowed to publish that. You couldn't say anything in mainstream academia about religion, and you still can't. And that's why Harvard and Yale and Columbia and all these are under fire. They don't pursue truth anymore. The mainstream media says that in the open clip, the role of the media is to tell the truth. You tell everything except the truth, right? Just these basic stats I looked up in 5 minutes. The mainstream reporters can't seem to find any of them. And so, yeah, Mark Mitchell, he's always solid. He gives the numbers. We need to do more of that. And so congratulations to Rasmussen. So, Mark, just lay out the thesis once again with people being bombarded this weekend and this morning and you're going to see it all the way through. Trump is going to go to Michigan for a rally. We're going to do special coverage here in the War Room. Eric Bolling will be in studio. We're going to do a special 4 hours. Eric Bolling, myself, Brian Glenn will be on Air Force One with the president, and the great Steve Gruber will be up in Michigan because he's the Rush Limbaugh of Michigan. He'll be up there hosting. All day, Mitchell, they're going to be bombarding us on the 100th day that Trump is the most unpopular president in 100 years.
Yeah, I'd like to back up what I've been saying with a little bit of evidence. So don't just take it from me that there's a psychological operation going on. I will say, if you look at the Real Clear Politics aggregate right now, just in the last 2 days, a whole lot of polls dropped, and they all look the same. Reuters Ipsos, -11, Fox News, -11, CBS, -10, CNN, -14, New York Times, who's been missing in action, -12, and ABC News, Washington Post, -13. They all dropped double-digit underwater polls for Donald Trump within a few days of each other. And it's all these people that haven't been polling that much. They did it for the 100 days. But then go to Google Trends, which is one of my favorite tools, and look at all of the search history going all the way back for the terms Trump approval, Biden approval, Bush approval, and Obama approval. And what you'll see is that for some reason, there's something different about Donald Trump. For some reason, Trump approval drives way more organic search volume than any of those other presidents, which is totally crazy considering how popular Obama ostensibly was. And what you see this April, it looks like it's going to be the second highest month of all of Google polling history, or Google's data history of searches for Trump approval. So that's how I know it's a psyop. People are getting these stories shoved down their throats. They're going on Google. They're trying to check it out themselves. And the mainstream media is going to information gatekeep and shove a Quinnipiac poll in their face that says -12. These guys were all between 7 and 9 points left of me in September. And this is the exact same thing they were doing back then, trying to use the TikTok videos and Kamala Harris's debate performance to create a fake lead. But I have one other thing I want to bring up and look at. Everybody focuses on Trump approval, and what we've been focusing on is how highly approved of his policies are. But if you look at the electoral math, if you take turnout as a percent of voting eligible population or voting age population, depending on what data is available, and then you take each president, their share of the national popular vote that they won, and then stack rank them based on what percent of Americans that president got to vote for them. Trump 2.0 got 32% of the electorate to vote for him. Where does that stack up? Higher than JFK, George W. Bush 2, Obama 2, Reagan 1, FDR number 4, Bush, H.W. Bush, Carter, Trump 1, Nixon 1, George W. Bush 1. George W. Bush 1 was at 26%. Donald Trump's got 32%.
Hang on, walk me through that formula again. It's early on a Monday morning, and I'm only halfway through my. I had a tough weekend. I was a little under the weather, and I'm still going through my Warpath coffee. Give me that. Don't hit me with that, Mitchell. That early morning. Give it to me again.
Well, it's like, okay, do people like Trump or not? They saw him first time around and they got a chance to vote for him again, right? And you take how many people turned out, like actual voters, and then you take the national popular vote. So it's like, okay, of the voters that turned out, how much did that winner get? And Trump 2.0 got way more than Trump 1.0, 32% compared to 28%. And he improved massively. And his electoral performance was better than like pretty much everybody except for like really Trump 2.0 was only beaten by FDR number 3, Reagan number 2, Obama 1. But again, we all know craziness that was going on there. And then Biden with that really huge asterisk about the highest turnout ever in the history of American elections. Right there. There's that. But my point is that he went up a lot.
The 8 million votes had never showed. The 8 million votes had never showed back up since then, right?
Yeah, where'd they go, right?
Magically
so
disappeared.
Obama went from 33 down to under 30. Donald Trump went from 27.7 up to 32. Donald Trump's first time in office and the 4 years of Biden convinced way more people to vote for Donald Trump. And listen, we're only a few months into this second term. The election was barely 6 months ago. And so you're just not going to, like, that's not what's happened. Millions of people did not change their mind about Donald Trump. It's all a media circus. It's all cherry-picked stuff in order to drive a narrative. It's probably coming from the top down still, is my guess. You know, I'd love to see the talking points that are still being distributed to the news. But here we are until something pops off, right? Until there's a violent riot or until some state decides to get uppity with the feds. This is what they have to just try. And it's like the Mean Girls tactic. They're just going to try for months and months and months to convince everybody that Donald Trump's not cool enough. But Americans can't put food on the table.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, I got a quick one for you, too. I saw the Consumer Sentiment Index. Republicans 92%, Democrats 35% on consumer sentiment. Can you break that down for us just a hair? Because that seems more like a political sentiment. The economics is missing, right? There's no way you're going to have Republicans with consumer expenditures or anything correlated at 92% with Democrats at 32%. So are all these variables just being conflated with political variables and Trump derangement syndrome?
I mean, there's just so many different ways to measure that, but the Republican Party and Trump supporters are all in on this, right? And so there's an aspect of optimism. Their numbers definitely ticked up a lot. And I think it's this idea that overwhelmingly Republicans say that the economy is jobs, and Democrats are a lot less likely to say that. But then there's just the fact that, like, you can call it chaos, but we asked this specific question: is this what you voted for? And it was like a week or two ago. 80% of Trump voters say, yeah, like, yes, this is what I voted. And so there's a bunch of different ways to measure it. But remember, we asked is this going to be a golden age? And Republicans overwhelmingly agreed.
Yeah, good. And this is a little tongue-in-cheek, but I just looked up the S&P 500 is up 8% for the past year. Not year to date, but for the past year. And it's up 23% over the past 3 years, might be 28%. Have you ever asked a question just to see if people know what's going on? Is the stock market up over 5% this year? And just see what they say, right? Because if you read the mainstream media, there's just this it's the Great Depression. They're leading this narrative that's just so horrifically
But I think
wrong.
the general public think the stock market is just a casino.
Yeah, that's true.
A casino. True. I don't think they feel it relates to their. And most of it doesn't. Most of it, an equity market, so you have lower cost of capital and equity to build businesses and to reinvest. But the stock market is past that. These stocks trade. Yeah. It's a casino mentality. Whether it's Tesla at $800 billion or the Mag 7, the AI companies that trade. And so first time you hit a speed bump, they inflate. I think most people think it's a casino. So it's not a question that, because I think most people just don't pay attention to it because it doesn't impact their daily lives. Mark Mitchell, one last time before you bounce.
I got the perfect poll for this.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, well, first off, we know the S&P is driven by like 7 or 8 stocks. It's not a real accurate measure. Right. And I think the problem is that Americans don't trust the government, and they certainly don't trust the government to measure things. The Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics admitted that it previously overestimated the number of new jobs created in the past year, which is more likely that it was an honest mistake or that it was politically motivated. Only 34% say honest mistake, 53% say politically motivated. So I think the issue is they don't really trust anything out of the media or the government.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Mark Mitchell, where do people go to get all this brilliant analysis on this whole thing's been a psyop and you got the numbers to back it up? Where they go?
Twitter, Rasmussen_poll, and my account is Honest Pollster. And we also stream most Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights, usually at 9 p.m. Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, Getter even. And so hope to see everybody there.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Smart guy. You need smart guys. Talk about smart guys. Jim Rickards. RickardsWarRoom.com. If you like capital markets and geopolitics, national security, intelligence, all of that, the newsletter Strategic Intelligence is what the top leaders in the world read. CEOs, chairmen, government officials. You can get the inside scoop in printed form, even more than you get here in the War Room. And Rickards is one of our best contributors. By the way, speaking about contributors, RickardsWarRoom.com, go check it out there. You get a free book. He tosses in money, ChatGPT. Scott Besson, talk about a leader. 4 p.m. today, just came across the wire. He is sitting down with the House and the Senate to start banging heads on the big, beautiful bill. It's going to start today at 4 with our old contributor. Back.
As it reflects what Zanny was saying and says that all of this produces huge risks. We expect a policy-induced slowdown, including a probability of a recession. The Fed is going to be less able to handle this, and so there are risks of stagflation, the combination of slow growth and inflation. U.S. corporates are under threat. There's exceptional risk to U.S. assets. Would you agree with that?
By and large, I'd agree with that. I don't think it covers what's going on, so let me just clarify. We have a problem with the debt. We have a problem with internal order, democracy as we know it, the system. We have a problem of a geopolitical order, rising power, challenging an existing power in that global environment. These things exist as the backdrop of this set of circumstances. Now, there's been volatility. There's been, yes, in my opinion.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is you seem to be reluctant to comment directly.
No, I'll comment directly.
What are the effects of the Trump administration's policies in the last 100 days economically?
The effects of those policies economically is to bring to the surface issues about the polarity that exists, and at the same time, it's doing it in a volatile way that is causing trouble in terms of the volatility of that. Okay. So it is dealing with problems, and at the same time, it is the way it is dealing with problems could be done more smoothly, more cooperatively, to produce a less volatile result.
Zanny, let me ask you, let me ask you about something you know a lot about, because we are right now, the deadlock, the most important deadlock is a U.S.-China deadlock, where in order to get the world economy to a more stable place, and you wrote this in your post about a beautiful rebalancing between the U.S. and China, you need the two sides to start talking. The U.S. says they were waiting for China to call. The Chinese say the U.S. started this. You put these tariffs on. First, the U.S. has to reduce the tariffs. Then we're willing to talk. How is this going to resolve itself? My sense is the Chinese are holding pretty firm.
The United States has too much debt. It cannot add to the debt the way it is operating. It is the world's biggest consumer, largely financed by government debt in the way that it's operating. China is the biggest producer. They produce a lot of goods, more than the United States, Japan, and Germany combined, in manufactured goods, and they put it out, and they save too much, and they buy the dollars. We cannot continue this debt money problem. We're at the end of a debt money world order.
So how are we going to get the negotiation?
It is only through cooperation, calmness, and analytical work in which we recognize that these imbalances are unsustainable. They're not just financially unsustainable. In a world that is near war, that there cannot be mutual dependencies. And so how that is done together is the most important thing.
Okay, let me, Zanny, ask you about another thing that
Womp, womp. Fareed Zakaria got a big, smelly, you-know-what, right on his head. Trying to do that little, that little maneuver he does. Okay. Ray Dalio, largest hedge fund in the world, made a ton of money in China. McCormick of Pennsylvania was his deputy, was his right-hand man. I've got a lot of problems with Ray Dalio, and Ray Dalio got a lot of problems with Steve Bannon in the war room. However, ladies and gentlemen, that is the gospel of the war room right there. Said by supposedly the smartest, or at least regardless if he's smartest or not, he's running the biggest hedge fund in the world and managing more money than anybody that prior, except for Larry Fink, who's not really a hedge fund guy, he's more of a asset manager. That's the gospel according to war room. Zandy from Economist, she's giving the big Trump and tariffs and everything on the surface, and Fareed pivots back. And the guy goes, hey, full stop, it's all about debt. Yeah, and it's about, this is consumer financed by government spending, and it's got to stop. There is the path we are on is unsustainable. When they talk about Trump and everything he's done, show me what your plan is. Because the plan's understated. And that little weasel, Mike Johnson, skipping over to see Besson today, I hope Scott Besson, knowing like I know Scott, hits him upside the head and says, hey, what you have here is unworkable. Somebody's got to step to the table. We have to cut government spending. And to cut government spending, you're going to have to cut over the Pentagon. We got to start acting like adults. Dave Brett, no, you got a bump. Yeah. The floor is yours, sir.
No, I think you just nailed it. Dalio, I've been a little skeptical. He's been a little fuzzy, but that's the strongest statement I've seen from him. And not only the debt and the imbalances, but the debt and the imbalances tied to geopolitics, China, a threat coming at us, our dependence on them. Everybody's starting to follow that in all the news. I wish he'd go to the next point. The ditch Trump's been left in, right? It's a bunch of twos. 2% GDP growth for the next 30 years. That's the ditch, right? That's CBO, that's World Bank, that's the Federal Reserve. We're going to grow at 2% for the next 30 years. That's on paper. What's correlated with that? Wage growth for the American people at 2% for the next 30 years.
So you better keep
Why is that the case? Because of productivity at 2% for the next 30 years. And our friend Bob Gordon, the top guy in the world. This is not war room statistics.
The killer twos.
These are the 2, and 2. And if Dalio hits that and shows the ditch we're in, but that was a strong performance on his part. And that goes to the PSYOP. You heard Fareed weigh in there. And when he pivoted on the language, Dalio didn't give him what he wanted. And then he said, his tone almost reflected what you should certainly side with China's narrative and talking points, right? and the pitch was going toward China. And I'm going, wow. And then, of course, no reportage on China's weaknesses. If you really want to finish the story, where's the reporting? China's got 300% debt to GDP also.
Yeah.
And so, come on, guys. The PSYOP is loud and clear.
You're back with us tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow, all day, you bet.
Dave Brett is booked this afternoon, but we're going to see you tomorrow morning.
Perfect.
Be right here in the War Room. How about that? Tomorrow we got Dave Brett in the morning, Eric Bowling
nice
in the afternoon, kind of the invasion of the Visigoths.
That's good.
So, good. Dave Brett, what's your social media, Dave?
Yeah, I did post finally from Good Friday, Brad Economics on Getter and on X.
Amen. Fantastic. We're going to leave you with the right stuff. We're going to go to Rome. We're also going to go, there was an outage of energy, or I guess electricity, through Portugal and Spain. We're going to find out why. Dave Walsh is going to be here. Also talk to us about energy here in the United States of America. New peace deal looks like in Ukraine. A lot going on here. Besson's got them stacked up over these deals like planes at LaGuardia on a Friday night. He's cutting deals this week and getting the House and Senate up there. Start working on this tax deal. All next in the War Room.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, it's Monday, 28 April, year of our Lord 2025. Welcome. We were going to go to Rome, but we have Ben Harnwell, head of our International Bureau, working on something. He'll be with us momentarily. Here's what I would like to do. I would like to, if we can do this, I want to play Fareed Zakaria and Ray Dalio from yesterday. Let me tee this up because I played the cold open last time. Who is Ray Dalio? Ray Dalio runs the largest hedge fund in the world, Bridgewater. His deputy, McCormick, brother Dave McCormick, West Point grad Dave McCormick, is now in the United States Senate from Pennsylvania. Can we get this organized? Is it going to get okay? Well, hang on a second. Not played yet. Dalio was on yesterday with Fareed Zakaria. Fareed Zakaria, comes out with his whole point of view on GPS, and they're talking about the economy and the stock market, all this stuff. He's got Zandy on, who's the head of The Economist, and she's going in with her things, the tariffs and trade, everything, boom, boom, boom. And this is kind of, when I talked to the World Economic Conference, the new Davos in D.C., put on by Semaphore last week, I was in front of those folks, and Ben Smith asked me the first question, well, how all this turbulence in the stock market? I said, dude, it's a casino. However the casino moves in the next roll of the roulette table, doesn't matter. And the media gets so obsessed with this because now this is their new thing. They got to get something else. The signal chat doesn't work. They all got to go. So Ray Dalio is on there, and we're going to play it again. You'll hear what Ray has to say. He completely rips on Fareed Zakaria's question. He says, "You're missing the point, kid." Boom. It's all about debt. He preaches the gospel of the war room, and this guy is not a fan of Stephen K. Bannon, and certainly not a fan of the war room. Let's go ahead and play it again.
It reflects what Zanny was saying and says that all of this produces huge risks. We expect a policy-induced slowdown, including a probability of a recession. The Fed is going to be less able to handle this, and so there are risks of stagflation, the combination of slow growth and inflation. U.S. corporates are under threat. There's exceptional risk to U.S. assets. Would you agree with that?
By and large, I'd agree with that. I don't think it covers what's going on, so let me just clarify. We have a problem with the debt. We have a problem with internal order, democracy as we know it, the system. We have a problem of a geopolitical order, rising power, challenging an existing power in that global environment. These things exist as the backdrop of this set of circumstances. Now, there's been volatility. There's been, yes, in my opinion.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is you seem to be reluctant to comment directly.
No, I'll comment directly.
What are the effects of the Trump administration's policies in the last 100 days economically?
The effects of those policies economically is to bring to the surface issues about the polarity that exists. And at the same time, it's doing it in a volatile way that is causing trouble in terms of the volatility of that. Okay. So it is dealing with problems, and at the same time, it is the way it is dealing with problems could be done more smoothly, more cooperatively ultimately to produce a less volatile result.
Zanny, let me ask you, you said let me ask you about something you know a lot about, because we are right now, the deadlock, the most important deadlock is a U.S.-China deadlock, where in order to get the world economy to a more...
Second, this one's so good I want to play it separately. I don't think that gets to the problem. He tells a guy on his own show. That is not supposed to happen. And Fried tees it up with that whole, oh, you got the trade, tariffs and trade. It's everything they can see of the moment. Let me give you some stats. Anytime like Zandy starts off, says the economy is doing so good, as Ray Dalio just said, it's a debt-financed economy on federal spending. The model we're on right now is not sustainable, full stop. I want to know what everybody off of that model is, because this is what's killing the working class. This is what's killing the middle class. This is why 9 million people have 2 jobs. This is why the $1.4 trillion of credit card debt, 10% of it's non-performing. This is why you haven't had a wage increase. Dave Brett just went to the twos. Next 30 years, projected growth of the United States of America economy by CBO, Congressional Budget Office, 2%. That 2% also includes the federal spending. If you took the federal spending out the last 5 years, you have negative growth. You're in a recession. The recession started years ago. And now it's getting to the point that it can't sustain itself. Why? Would these crooks over here on Capitol Hill and the Federal Reserve, would they continue to print money? Hell, all day long they jam it down. Who's resisting it? The BRICS nations. Remember, the greatest export that the country has is the dollar. We're the prime reserve currency. If you want to give to a convent in sub-Saharan Africa or do a drug deal in Thailand, you convert it into dollars and everything in between. It's the greatest export we have. The entire post-war international rules-based order is predicated upon Bretton Woods. Yes, a ton of institutions, right, that are set up. International Monetary Fund, World Bank, trade deals, all of it, but all predicated upon the U.S. dollar. It's the U.S. dollar's purchasing power that continues to drop, that has the nations of the world, the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, plus now Saudi Arabia, everybody else. All those people, every one of those central banks, you know what they got? Plenty of young people that went to Harvard Business School and can work an HP 12C computer and can do discounted cash flow and say, hey, guess what? The Americans are screwing us. The American elite are screwing us because they continue to run these massive budget deficits to cover themselves. You also simultaneously have the greatest concentration of wealth in mankind's history, starting in 2008 in the financial collapse under the most progressive president in American history, Barack Obama, who was convinced by Geithner and Bernanke and, of course, all of his sponsors on Wall Street, the Lords of Easy Money, oh, you got to bail it out that way. Hell, he's a constitutional lawyer. You read David Susskind's book, Confidence Men, Obama tried to make the best decisions he could, but he was overwhelmed by neocons who said, guess what? We need to do this. We need to bail out everybody except the American working class and the American middle class. In fact, since I had Chris Leonard on Friday writing that new book about the Defense Department, Leonard went back. This is why he's so good. He went back to all the inner workings of the Federal Reserve. Those notes from the governor's meetings are only put out 10 years after they happened. He went back and read all of them from 2008. It was the governor of Dallas, the Dallas Fed, who sat there and said, when you go to zero interest rates or negative interest rates, it's the working class and middle class are going to get screwed because their little checking account and their savings account, the things that my dad had all his life, they have no interest. You have no ability to have capital formation as a working class or middle class people. None. He says, we're going to do this. He says, we're going to bail out the entire system on the backs of the working class and middle class. You know what they said? They voted 11-1. Hey, thanks for your input. I think he actually voted for him a couple of times so they could show unanimity, but he fought it in these meetings. The entire financial system rests on your shoulders. You're the full faith and credit of this. It ain't the Federal Reserve. It's not the SEC. It's not Congress. When people say, well, why is the market here liquid? Why do people invest here? Hey, in the city of London, they got the same types of restrictions basically we have here in the United States. You go to Singapore, basically the same type. Frankfurt, Tokyo, a little different, but about the same. The regulatory apparatus is about the same. Slightly different, but about the same. Here, people put their money in, they know they're going to get their money back. Why? It's the little platoons. It's the little platoons of Burke. It's the associations. It's Little League. It's the churches. It's the doctors, the nurses, the first responders. It's everything that makes small-town America work. That is the backbone of the nation. That is the full faith and credit of the United States government. It's you. And let me give you another news flash. You get screwed every day of your life in broad daylight. Don't think they're not going up to Scott Bessent's office today to work out a deal that benefits you, because they're not. Okay? They're not making any real cuts to federal spending. None. With everything, and here's the tell. You know what the tell is? The debt ceiling. Wait till what they ask for in the debt ceiling. It's going to be $5 trillion. I'm picking a random number. It's going to be $5 trillion. It's going to be in 2 years. So if it's $5 trillion, understand we're going to go from 37 to 42 pretty quickly. Okay? And they're not going to cut defense spending. We just passed a National Defense Authorization Act at $900 billion. And in this reconciliation, the big, beautiful bill, they're going to throw another $150 billion. That's over $1 trillion. And I love Pete Hegseth, but when Pete Hegseth puts out $1 trillion defense budget, all caps, I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling like it got control of the building. Here's why. Has President Trump just not walked us through a complete reorganization, geopolitical, geostrategic reorganization from Greenland to the Panama Canal, from the West Central Pacific all the way to the three-island chain leading up to East Asia? Is that not actually the hemispheric defense of the United States of America, that we're finally off the Eurasian landmass? We don't have to get into these endless wars that we've been in, that all of a sudden, hey, the Russian army is your problem, NATO. We're there to help, but that's your problem. Yes, we'll help sort out the Ukraine. I think today just announced there's going to be, I think, May 8th, which would be, I think, the 80th anniversary of what the Russians take as their victory in the great war against the fascists, as they will do a ceasefire. I think that's what we're hearing right now. But that's all kind of the give and take of daily news. The important thing here is that for America to be safe and to get a defense budget that doesn't drive us into bankruptcy, because you are not going to be able to touch social programs until you get cuts in defense. And people up there right now are selling you a bill of goods. Here's the way the math works, and the only way the math works. Scott Bessent laid it out. 6.5%. We're at 6.5 or 7% right now of budget deficits to GDP. It's not sustainable. The BRICS nations, the bond market's going to get a vote. Just like Liv's trust got turfed out, the bond market is going to reject. Ray Dalio and others are saying that you're going to have a bond auction. Remember 2 weeks ago we had this big freeze up? The bond market froze up one morning for a moment. Then Scott Bessent had to oversee an auction of treasuries. At these kind of debt figures, folks, we got to sell $10 to $12 trillion a year to refinance that debt. For years and years and years. Remember Dick Cheney, deficits don't matter? Well, they don't matter. Those folks are running them at the beginning. But they're certainly going to matter a lot. If you're under 40 years old, it's going to matter a whole lot. Because you know what? You're no different than a Russian serf. Okay? You don't own anything, and you're not going to own anything. You're being buried every day by federal spending that helps the oligarchs. This is why you've had this great concentration of wealth, right? This is obvious to anybody. Sure as the turning of the earth. We're going to take a short commercial break. Where have we taught this for 4 years? Birch Gold. And look, I was not a gold bug at all. But I can see this day coming. 4 years ago started the end of the dollar empire. Sixth free installment is modern monetary theory. Now, why would a working class and middle class audience want to learn about modern monetary theory? Because it is the idea that broke the world. A radical idea coming from, wait for it, France. But adopted by Capitol Hill, adopted by both parties. They're both guilty. And by Wall Street. Modern monetary theory. End of the Dollar Empire. Go to birchgold.com/Bannon. Also talk to Philip Patrick's team. Short commercial break. We're going to return in just a moment.
I got American faith in America's heart.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, we're going to go to Rome. I get Dave Walsh up because there's a situation in Portugal and Spain, maybe part of France, about energy. I'm going to get to in this electricity, I should say. I'm going to get to that in a second. Let's play the second part of this. Ray Dalio.
Let me ask you about something you know a lot about, because we are right now, the deadlock, the most important deadlock is a U.S.-China deadlock, where in order to get the world economy to a more stable place, and you wrote this in your post about a beautiful rebalancing between the U.S. and China, you need the two sides to start talking. The U.S. says they were waiting for China to call. The Chinese say the U.S. started this. You put these tariffs on. First, the U.S. has to reduce the tariffs, then we're willing to talk. How is this going to resolve itself? My sense is the Chinese are holding pretty firm.
The United States has too much debt. It cannot add to the debt the way it is operating. It is the world's biggest consumer, largely financed by government debt in the way that it's operating. China is the biggest producer. They produce a lot of goods, more than the United States, Japan, and Germany combined, in manufactured goods, and they put it out, and they save too much, and they buy the dollars. We cannot continue this debt money problem. We're at the end of a debt money world order.
But so how are we going to get the negotiation?
It is only through cooperation, calmness, and analytical work in which we recognize that these imbalances are unsustainable. They're not just financially unsustainable. In a world that is near war, that there cannot be mutual dependencies. And so how that is done together is the most important thing.
Okay, let me, Danny, ask you about another thing.
Ray Dalio is the apostle of coupling, right? Coupling. We here are the apostle of decoupling. And here's why. Let's go back. I told this economic forum last week. Since we, the United States, brought them, and this after Tiananmen Square, since we brought them out of being a agrarian, backward country and actually built their manufacturing capability, they have gamed the World Trade Organization. They have gamed most favored nation. They have gamed, and Obama cut a deal with them on cyber in 2015. They didn't live up to anything on that. Okay? Then the Hong Kong situation in early 19, they totally walked away from that, and now they have Hong Kong totally under control as a colony, broke the 70-year deal. For 2 years, Bob Lighthizer, Peter Navarro sat and negotiated a deal that would have taken what we call the 7 deadly sins with Li He, the vice premier, for 2 years. And in May of 2019, after they had their first Belt and Road conference, I think in Shanghai, that Putin attended, Xi and Wang Qishan decided if we do this deal, we're totally coupled both technologically and commercially to the foreign devils, and they will never give us the technology we need. They'll always hold it back. So therefore, no deal. Walked away. And then Wuhan, the virus started, however you want to say it. It either started at the military games in August and September, or it started the following December in November. The skinny deal, by the way, they signed in 2020, didn't live up to anything like that. They have not lived up, whether it was Trump or Obama or Bush or Clinton. You pick them. And you pick any one of the treaties they signed, any one of the agreements they signed, they've never lived up to anything. Why? They're at economic war with us. Remember, in the philosophy of Sun Tzu, if you have to go kinetic, you've already lost. It's like loss of face. They also know, and they fear, the foreign devil's ability with technology to fight. So unrestricted warfare is to defeat us every other way. Cyber, politically, psychologically, particularly economically. And how do they do that? They infiltrate our institutions. Hell, half the city's on the payroll. The universities are on the payroll. Total on the payroll. Here's what I would do with Harvard. And I don't think President Trump's being hard enough. First off, I would have not focused on the Ivies, but since you did, after Columbia, God bless you. I would have gone to the public Ivies. I would have gone to the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, and I'd gone to the University of Madison in Wisconsin. Here's the deal. And don't put it all on the Jewish kids and anti-Semitism, right? It's deeper than that. Yes, that's a huge problem, but it's deeper than that. It's neo-Marxists, anti-Americans on the faculty that have tenure. And here's what I do. I give them a list of 200 faculty members and 200 administrators. We're cutting off all federal money until they're gone. Once they're gone, we'll start bleeding it back in. And oh, by the way, all 350,000 Chinese nationals, students that are here in the country, got to leave immediately. The Chinese, the independent sources say $600 billion a year are stolen and or forced out of intellectual property through joint ventures every year. Our trade deficit's $25 trillion. They never want to talk about that. You know why? Oh, it's just an accounting, just a bookkeeping issue. That's not true. It's not true. It's resources coming from this country to overseas to pay for the stuff we buy. Okay, because we don't manufacture anything anymore. China alone, the CCP alone, is $18 trillion. The deficit on intellectual property is $25 trillion. It's $600 billion a year. And every businessman will tell you that. To get access to the Chinese market, you have to do a joint venture. And to do a joint venture, you got to dump all your intellectual property into it, which they have free access. Much less would they take on industrial espionage. Chinese nationals are in the weapons labs. They're in the national labs. They're at all the research in the universities. Hey, how about very simple? You have to go home, like today. and you replace them with, wait for it, U.S. citizens. How about that? You don't think you break the Ivies? Right now, the Ivy Leagues, particularly Harvard. Harvard is a cesspool. There's a report out today that Qatar and the Chinese Communist Party put $29 billion into the top universities in the United States. $29 billion. Think about that for a second. You buy you a little access, maybe get you a couple of 3 students over here. The whole system is rigged. You pay for all of that. All of those universities you're paying for. They say, oh, no, it's privately held. Well, this is real simple. Take all the federal spending, not just a couple of $1 billion from Harvard. Take it all. Let's see what big shots they are. They will fold quicker than the law firms. Remember how big shots the law firms were? Paul Weiss and Karp, the chairman, and they're organizing all this anti-Trump stuff, and they're going to do this and they're going to do that. It took one letter. Now, what did the letter say? The letter said your security clearance is going to be pulled, but that was just a predicate to say no more government work. And oh, by the way, they had a line in there. Oh, by the way, any clients you have that retain you are going to have no access to government programs either. In 24 hours, the other law firms were like jackals on their clients. Not one partner at any major law firm in the country has resigned. Nobody at Skadden Arps. Nobody at Paul Weiss. All the big talk and how liberal they are. When it came down to hard money and getting the nose out of the government trough, they cratered in 24 hours. Just like Harvard, just like the other Ivies, just like Michigan will do, just like Madison will do. Let's go to Berkeley. Let's go to UCLA. Let's go to every public Ivy. Let's go to North Carolina, Charlottesville. Let's do them all. You're all big talkers. You're all big, it's huge woke DEI, anti-MAGA. Hey, that's fine. Do that. Be that. Go to the state of Michigan, go to the state of Wisconsin and ask them to put up to $2 or $3 billion the federal government's putting up every year. See how far that takes you. See how far it takes you. This entire thing is on your shoulders, all of it. Not only do you get zero respect, you get shafted every day. If in this tax bill, let me be blunt about this, the math cannot begin to work unless the upper bracket has not a tax increase. They just don't get extended the tax cuts they got. This is going to be the most massive tax cut for working class and middle class people in the history of the country. Extend the Trump tax cuts to 17 plus cut no tax on tips, no tax on overtimes, no tax on Social Security. A massive tax cut. And President Trump said the other day, get tariffs rolling, no tax on anybody on $200,000. That's aspirational. I'm talking about the here and now. To do that, what do? We don't extend the tax cuts to the upper bracket. In fact, you could actually say, just create a new bracket at $1 million, because the upper bracket now thinks $600,000. Just create a new bracket. That new bracket at $1 million goes to, let's round up, 40%. That begins to bridge the gap that you have. Then, with some defense cuts, you can go to Medicaid and smartly restructure that. You can go to some of these social programs like SNAP and others and start to restructure and get cuts. That's the way you get from the 6.5% deficit percentage of GDP down to Scott Besant's 3.5%. There's not another choice. This orgy they're going to lay on you has defense spending is going to be $1.1 trillion. They're increasing spending. And the games they're going to play is that, Stephen, you're saying these conservative wins because over the 10-year cycle, there's one point. I don't want to hear about 10-year cycles. I don't want to hear that's required you have to do. That's all completely and totally phony. I care about this fiscal year, and I care about next fiscal year. And, oh, by the way, I want to see where the Doge numbers are. I'm begging for it to be $150 billion. If that's it, that's fantastic. They're using that as a magic wand to avoid making tough decisions programmatically. The cuts are going to have to come, and they're going to have to start in the Defense Department, or it's never going to happen. Appropriate defense cuts, and here's all you have to do. Match President Trump's hemispheric defense, really a naval strategy, with the existing Pentagon budget. They're going in two different directions. One's about big land armies on the Eurasian landmass for fighting the 20th century's wars. Or unfortunately, the early 21st century. That day is over. President Trump's telling you right now he's going to get a negotiated deal in Persia. Not going to be any bombing there. No new Middle East wars. Short commercial break. We're going to go to Spain, Portugal, and France next.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, President just put out a new Truth Social. When tariffs cut in, many people's income tax will be substantially reduced, maybe even completely eliminated. Focus will be on making people making less than $200,000 a year. Also, massive number of jobs are already being created. With new plants, factories currently being built or planned, it will be a bonanza for America. The External Revenue Service is happening. Remember, folks, it was John Gardner, an expert in small manufacturing and bringing small manufacturing back here to the United States, that named the External Revenue Service, about 2 months ago, 3 months ago? Actually, it might have been even before inauguration. It might have been during the Mar-a-Lago time. He's from Laguna Beach and an expert. External revenue is going to be very important, aspirationally, to get to no taxes under $200,000. That's fantastic, and that's aspirational. What's happening in the Secretary of Treasury's office today at 4 o'clock, when John Thune, the Speaker of the House, show up, that's reality, the here and now. Here's the way the math works. If you take that you have to get from 6.5% to 3.5%, and you have to. If you don't do that, the BRICS nations in the global bond market are just going to reject you, and this shows you have a limited, you're have less and less room for maneuver every day because your debt's increasing so quickly. Okay? Remember, it's got to be financed. Somebody else has got to buy this. Or we end up buying it ourselves, which is another trick the Fed does. Right now, you have to have the back of the people up there that want to cut spending. Spending has to be cut. And we can't have any happy talk over 10 years. We're going to cut $2 trillion. Forget the 10 years. I don't want to hear about it because it's always in the out years and it never happens. I want to know what you're cutting this year and next year. Okay? I want to know how we're going to get from the 6.5 down to, I don't know, let's pick a number. 5, 4.5, pick something. That's got to come from cutting federal spending. Let's assume, for purposes of this discussion, that the numbers that DOJ is reporting is the numbers they report. It's $150 billion. I doubt that's real, but let's say it is. That's great. That's a great start. Then where do I go in discretionary spending? I go to the Defense Department, I go to the social programs, and that means Medicaid. And Medicaid, you got to be very smart about how you do it. Why? Well, there's a lot of MAGA on Medicaid. That's reality. Why is that the case? Because there's no manufacturing jobs in this country. They all went to China. And don't sit there and tell me all the happy talkers on Cuomo the other night, 80% of the nation is service. You ask any worker in a service gig at any media company right now, and you see how secure they feel. You see how they're putting their heads on their pillow every night. They're nervous. It's all a gig economy. They don't have any 401k. They have no retirement plan. They could be laid off next week. The service economy is not stable. It moves and shifts by the economy. Manufacturing is stable. Manufacturing is the backbone of this country. As Chris Leonard told you on Friday, we gave it all away. We gave it all away. The sociopathic overlords on Wall Street, the global corporatists, and the apartheid state of Silicon Valley gave it away. Okay? Now it's President Trump is trying to get it back. Two prongs of that. Number one, tariffs mean more external revenue for people who don't shift their manufacturing here. And the others will shift their manufacturing here, and you'll get higher, better paying, more stable jobs that you actually build a family around. It's going to be tough. Didn't say it was going to be easy. Ray Dalio laid it out right there. It's all about the debt. Anybody that start off by talking about the debt in the big, beautiful bill right now, I haven't heard anybody except for Chip Roy and these guys talking about you got to make cuts. You have to make cuts. And how's it going to be paid for? Going to be the massive tax cut. This is the biggest tax cut for working class and middle class people in the history of this country. The extension of the 2017 tax cuts for the middle class and working class, plus no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. Add those three, that's a start to getting no taxes for folks under $150,000. But the upper brackets have to go up. I don't care about the happy talk you hear from Speaker Johnson and all these other Grover Norcross. It's not relevant because my math is the math that makes sense. You notice they never talk about mathematics. They never talk about debt. They never talk about percentage of GDP deficits are. They never talk about the increase to national debt. They never talk about the interest expense. They just kind of think that all goes away. It is crushing you right now. That is why inflation is embedded into the system. The more you have to refinance a bigger number of debt at higher interest rates, that crowds out other money. And that's this embedded inflation that's not going to go away. We don't have a supply chain problem. We have a too much spending, too big a debt problem. If you're under 40, and by the way, you're the lucky beneficiaries of, on top of all that, the $1.7 trillion of student debt, which is these loans are exploding loans. I hate to say it, tough break for a swell guy and gal. You're completely screwed. I would love to give you some happy talk, but it's just, if you're under 40 years old, given the economic situation today, the lack of capital formation, the lack of your ability to get into a real asset, right, like real estate, the ability to have any kind of savings or have any kind of capital formation, to have any kind of job that has any kind of stability to it and not just some glorified gig economy, right? You add on top of that in the increased debt payments, think of when this thing hits $50 trillion, when the debt's $2.5 trillion. The interest expense, $2.5 trillion. Is Dave Walsh up? Dave Walsh, talk to me about one way we get out of this. The bedrock for it is energy, sir. Talk to me what happened in Portugal and Spain today. Is that a foreshadowing of what's going to happen in the United States of America?
Well, it is. You appear to have about 6 million people in key cities in Spain, Portugal, and now France out of power for an elongated period. We're not quite sure why. There's some rumors about a spatial event with solar flares, but you know what? That doesn't affect just a tiny weeny area like Spain and Portugal. If that were true, that would broadcast over a very large area. Well, it hasn't. It looks like this is about their generation system. How does this affect us here? Spain, over time, has accepted the notion for the whole Iberian Peninsula of all solar, all wind. They're about 50% of their electricity is now produced that way, 65% of their installed capacity. It doesn't work at night. It doesn't work at night. It doesn't work when it's cloudy. So therefore, you've got like capacity factor is maybe 25%, meaning 75% of the time that doesn't work. They've now announced the shutdown of their last 2 coal plants and all 7 of their nuclear power plants. Over the next 10 years, they will have no nighttime power effectively. The batteries don't solve that. By the way, all of the battery power and solar panels come from, guess who? From China. They're very committed to that. This is what you wind up with. Translate this to the United States of America. In 2012, electricity reserve margins here averaged 25%. We produced more than we needed to take care of the peak times of summer and winter when it's hottest and coldest. Reserve margins have collapsed to 14.5% now, only in about 18 years, because of the mass adoption of these part-time technologies that cost 3 times the money. And yeah, batteries are great, but they all come from China. Solar panels all come from China. We're taking in power generation resources that cost 11 times more than basic gas-fired electric power. In solar, about 3 times more costly. Battery storage, about 11 times more costly. And it all comes from China, and we're incentivizing that. $42 billion a year of Biden-IRA incentives that continue to this day and are not being attacked in this version of the budget. And then B, makers inside the IRS tax code, accelerated depreciation on this stuff, 5-year lives, massively accelerated depreciation schedules, another $11 billion of subsidies that way, or Chinese-sourced solar panels. 87% of those in the world are made in China. 87% of batteries in the world are made in China. Utility-scale battery storage.
Hang on. Whoa. Are you saying that we, the taxpayer, are subsidizing that? That's not subsidy coming from us.
Yes. We're subsidizing companies like Terra. Yes.
Slow down.
Yes.
Slow down. Hit rewind. I want to make sure this flows over people on a Monday morning. Give me that again.
The ITC, investment tax credit, production tax credit, and accelerated depreciation subsidies to wind, solar, and battery storage extended in the Biden IRA that were existent all the last 12 years, including this same administration last time. Those incentives were all there then. Continue and cost taxpayers $42 billion a year. The tax subsidy portion in depreciation schedules, accelerating depreciation for tax on this stuff, allows another $10 billion a year. So $52 billion a year in subsidizing part-time, massively expensive energy sources for electricity that come from China, battery storage and solar panels.
And hang on, but also not just the, it's not part of the base load, but the manufacturing takes place in China, so it's $52 billion we're not getting in tax revenues because we're giving a subsidy to support manufacturing jobs in China, correct?
Correct. Now, the way forward to slow this down was the tariffs.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 2 Saturdays ago, we let China off the hook on battery storage and thin film PV and batteries.
Yeah.
Were exempted from the tariffs for the time being. Timeout. Timeout was declared. Yeah. That was a huge mistake, because that was the only way forward. It wasn't a blink, but maybe it was a wink. Right? No, we got to get that whole thing sorted, because that's the counter to the no rare earths, no magnets, no ball bearings, all that. Correct? That was kind of a wink. That's going to get sorted. But the energy cost that kind of equipment produces here, Spain, for example, 32 cents a kilowatt hour, 2.2 times more costly electricity than here, all because they've decided over time to build this second system, new system on top of the existing one you must have run at night and when it's cloudy, called solar and battery storage, that basically doubles the cost of electricity. At 35 cents a kilowatt, you won't have any reshored manufacturing here. It won't happen.
They're all in the cult. They're all in the cult of decarbonization. And you know how funny that cult is? I'm going to show you how funny that cult is. Do you hear any mention of that? Do you hear Green New Deal? Do you hear Green thing? Oh, no. once the oligarch tech bros, the progressive oligarch tech bros, realize they need power to the 10th degree in the United States, you don't hear anything else about climate change or global warming. It's all about AI, and we got to do the full muscle, right? The Western approach, not the deep seek. Am I correct in that, Dave Walsh? You don't hear much talk about decarbonization anymore.
Yes, but Steve, the people in the populist movement need their fridges on at night. They need their air conditioning on at night. They need their computers on. Mine didn't work this morning at night and in the day. And in the day. It's the same for them, too, not just the tech oligarchs. We all need baseload, continuous duty, abundantly low-cost electricity.
Oh, no, I'm not saying we don't need it. I'm saying they knew it. When it came to something they had to have, all of a sudden they left the cult of decarbonization. Yes. Dave, we got to bounce. This is amazing. I'm going to try to get you back on. This 100-day thing's got me jammed up, but we got to get you back on this week to go through all of it. Where's your social media in the interim?
Thank you. At Dave Walsh Energy on X, True Social, and Getter. Thank you, Steve.
Incredible. Everything that guy says comes true. You notice that over the last 4 or 5 years? And guess what? It's not a solar flare. No way. Impossible. It would have taken a much bigger section of the world. Anyway, home time. We need you up on the ramparts. As you can tell from this morning, they're going to start negotiating. So Scott Besant's got two things going on. Number one, he's leading the charge in the process, particularly with the East Asian companies, with Japan and Korea, Philippines, Taiwan, Vietnam, India. He's got these deals stacked up over Treasury, like flights over LaGuardia on a Friday night. Okay, they're trying to bring him in this week. I think you may have a couple of terms agreed. It'll take months to paper them, but I think you'll have a couple of terms agreed. You'll see the architecture of these deals, and we'll get down to, remember, I've been showing you this thing about Beijing warns of retaliation against nations doing U.S. deals. That's because the center of gravity of these deals will be some sort of, I don't know, basic understanding you're in the American trading bloc, or words to that effect. Beijing's going to fight this hard. Also, at 4 p.m. today, John Thune and the Speaker of the House are in the Treasury Department's office. They're going to start negotiating on the big, beautiful bill. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, folks, you can see that we're going to meet at the Ramparts later in the week because lots going to be going on. Make sure that you don't have the anxiety or angst of having somebody mess with your title. The only piece of paper that shows that you have ownership of that thing you called your home, your real asset, which is, I don't know, 80 or 90% of your net worth. If you're lucky enough to own one, because if you're under 40, you probably don't. You want to make sure no AI, cyber, a stray lawyer, a rogue accountant can get to it. Home title lock, $1 million triple lock protection. What do you get? 24-hour, 7-day-a-week coverage. In the middle of the night, if anything happens, boom, you get an alert. If all else fails, you have $1 million restoration program. $1 million. Lawyers, all of it, to make sure you can get your title back. Go to HometitleLock.com, promo code Steve, and talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team there. This is an extraordinary offer. Make sure you get it. Home Title Lock, promo code Steve. Let's go to Rome. Ben Harnwell, a lot happened over the weekend. Besides the funeral, a lot of activity getting ready for the conclave. I think it's been designated as May 7th. That'll be a pretty big weekend. May 7th, which is the 80th anniversary of the victory in Europe from the Western American and British side. I think May 8th is the Russian side. May 8th is supposed to be when the ceasefire is supposed to start in Ukraine. We'll get you on that tomorrow, Ben. But in the Vatican, what is this I'm hearing that a group of cardinals, not all just conservatives or traditionalists, are actually sitting there and making an argument that Francis was actually not legitimate given the retirement of Benedict and many things that happened on that transition. And so, therefore, no cardinals that were ordained by Francis should be included in this conclave. Any truth to this rumor?
There is, well, the rumor definitely exists. That's for sure. There's truth that the rumor exists. And I don't want to leak any of the names that I've heard on this show until I've been able to confirm, either with their cooperation or without it, that their presence in these meetings. But essentially, the context is this: it's a statement that was released. I think Liz, you might have it up on her Getter and on her Twitter by a guy called Professor Joseph Diefer. Now, he was actually a leading member of the Pontifical Academy for Life, which is a great institution founded by Pope John Paul II, and then undermined and almost liquidated by Pope Francis. This guy went off and created a rival academy, sort of very principled, coherent person, and unusual for a Vatican consigliere. He's absolutely insistent on the non-negotiability of the principles. He's released this document, and it's exactly as you say. The thesis is, and here's the argument, without going in on this show in the 2 minutes I've got, the thesis is this, and it's been rumbling along, not just, by the way, Steve, in the Francis pontificate, but it's basically been rumbling along since the Second Vatican Council itself. The argument is this, that heretics forfeit their ecclesiastical office. That includes popes. So if Pope Francis has been guilty of heresy either before his election, during his election as Pope, or afterward, he immediately forfeits his papal office. That's the thesis. In which case, his pontifical acts are therefore illegitimate because they weren't made by a pope. Now, there are counter-arguments to this. We won't go into them now. The important thing is that Professor Ziefert, one of the most respected theologians living on the planet today, has called on the cardinal, specifically citing Archbishop Vigano's research on this, and he's called on the conclave of cardinals before it meets, as he said on the 7th of May, to thrash out this issue of Francis' legitimacy, because 80% of this conclave was appointed by Francis. If he is illegitimate, his appointments are illegitimate, and then those cardinals cannot be voting in the conclave.
Okay, we're going to get you on tomorrow. You were tied up doing some research for us this morning, and I appreciate that. We'll get you back in the morning. I do want to say one thing. This is the annual. It turns out it's America Week. I think it's that the Papal Foundation meets once a year to go and meet all the grandees in the Vatican. It just turned out that Pope Francis passed away, died, and then had the funeral there this week. I'm hearing from sources close to some of these cardinals that some of the biggest American donors say, hey, look, you can't give us another Francis. If you do, the money from the United States is going to, I think it's already dropped 50%. It's going to drop worse. Remember, the Vatican is not bankrupt because they have so many assets, but they have a massive liquidity crisis. They're kind of insolvent. So they need cash money, and that cash money comes from the Americans. Ben Harnwell, where do folks go? We'll delve into all this tomorrow morning in depth. Where do folks go to get you in the meantime?
Thanks, Steve. Thanks so much. On Getter at Harnwell. And I have some particularly provocative posts waiting for your perusal, folks, at the top of my feed. Thanks, Steve, so much. God bless. Catch you tomorrow.
Very provocative. Remember, the conclave's on the 7th, but all the deals will be cut, I'm sure, before then, and we'll be in the middle of all that, folks. Mike Lindell, tomorrow we're doing 5 hours. Okay, so first off, Charlie Kirk follows us, Jack Posobiec after that, Steve Gruber, then Eric Bowling. We'll do the hard handover from Bowling to ourselves back here at 5 o'clock live. Tomorrow, Eric Bowling will be right here in studio. We're going to have a 5-hour special, a lead up of a couple of hours. Why? Because Steve Gruber's going to be actually the master of ceremonies or at the rally in Michigan. And our own Brian Glenn is going to be on Air Force One going out there with the president. So the wall-to-wall coverage, we're going to do a couple hours pregame, and then we'll do the rally itself. Mike Lindell, you'll be in Michigan tomorrow. We'll be interviewing you live. You'll also be with the president after that. Sell me a set of sheets before we I want to end a Monday. I want to end a Monday on an uptick. Give me some sheets.
Right now, everybody, I'm in just in this department this morning working because you make it a possible war room posse. Wow. So we're going to continue the sale of the sheets that were earmarked for the box stores. They cancel it. The wholesale price, any size, any color, $25. There's no limit. You guys get as many as you want. Once they're gone, they're gone. Promo code War Room. That's the Split Kings, Cal Kings, king size, queen size doesn't matter. Go to the website and scroll down, click on Steve. You're also going to get our towel special as low as $9.99. Our closeout event we're running, and the My Crosses is saved 30%. Or you can call 800-873-1062. Remember, moms and dads working from home across the country. 1062. Remember, moms and dads working from home across the country. So when you guys hear that My Pillow, that they're attacking, that part's true. But we're not going anywhere, Steve. We're not going anywhere. Promo code War Room, the best promo code in history.
MyPillow.com, promo code War Room. Keep that factory floor full of American citizens working hard every day. Mike Lindell, you're a great patriot. The Right Stuff takes us out. A classic book, a magnificent film, an Academy Award-winning score. We'll see you back here at 5 o'clock today.